Chapter 2143. 2143 Settled Dust. 2143 Settled Dust. Princess Meng Yao, let me help you. Perfected immortal Jing Yu stood out. However, the moment he moved, he felt a chill envelop him. The ice butterfly circled around Fairy Mo Qing and glared at him with strong hostility, emitting a cold aura. He had some grudges with this ice butterfly in the past. Right now, the ice butterfly had already targeted him. If a huge battle were to break out, it would already be extremely fortunate if he could break free from the ice butterfly, let alone help the Zither immortal. Clang! Suddenly, Meng Yao smiled and plucked the strings gently with her fingertips. However, there was no killing intent. Instead, it was pleasant to the ears like the sound of flowing water. The tension on the battlefield dissipated significantly. Since you're so insistent, Sister Mo Qing, I won't fight you. Meng Yao smiled gently. We've known each other for many years. There's no need for us to fight over such a small matter and become a joke. However, although you can protect the two of them for now, you can't protect them forever. With that said, Meng Yao put away her zither and turned to leave. Since it was useless to stay here, there was no need to waste time. There was still a long way to go. The grudge today had already been formed, and there would definitely be a chance to kill Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo in the future. Prince Yuan Zhuo was indignant. When Meng Yao appeared, her might was unparalleled, and everyone avoided her. They almost managed to capture Su Zimo alive. Unexpectedly, the situation stabilized once more after the arrival of the painting immortal. Now even Meng Yao was about to leave. Meng Yao's departure meant that no one could stop Su Zimo from joining Heaven and Earth Academy. At that time, with the backing of Heaven and Earth Academy, it would be 100 or 1,000 times more difficult for him to attack Su Zimo. Sister Meng Yao, are you leaving just like that? Prince Yuan Zhuo could not help but call out. Su Zimo is extremely detestable. He actually slandered us and said that the two of us had... Shut up! Meng Yao's expression darkened as she hollered. Waving her sleeves in reverse, she struck Prince Yuan Zhuo on the chest. Bang! The terrifying power of a perfected immortal's attack caused Prince Yuan Zhuo's body to explode instantly, turning into a blood mist. Many cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw that. Nobody expected Zither immortal Meng Yao to be so ruthless to her younger brother. That tremendous power that destroyed Prince Yuan Zhuo's body was even enough to kill his essence spirit. At the side, perfected immortal Jing Yu's expression changed starkly as he hurried to save Prince Yuan Zhuo's essence spirit. The loss of the physical body was not fatal for Heaven immortals. As long as there was a drop of blood, his body could be reconstructed. However, the destruction of an essence spirit was equivalent to death. Princess, please calm down. Perfected immortal Jing Yu looked at Meng Yao, who had a cold expression, and said hurriedly, His Highness Yuan Zhuo was unrestrained in his words, and indeed deserves punishment. However, no matter what, he's still the son of King Jin. Please show mercy, Princess. Although Prince Yuan Zhuo's essence spirit was saved by perfected immortal Jing Yu, he was completely stunned at that moment. The reason why he said that earlier on was because he wanted to agitate Meng Yao further so that she could continue attacking, even if it meant fighting the painting immortal. However, he could not understand why Meng Yao nearly killed him because of that sentence. Su Zimo was the one who said that. Even if she wanted to kill, Meng Yao should have dealt with Su Zimo. Why would she look for him? Although Prince Yuan Zhuo was at a loss, as a bystander, Su Zimo understood everything clearly. Meng Yao had two motives for doing this. Firstly, it was to vent her anger. She did not manage to achieve her goal when she arrived this time round. Instead, she was slandered by Su Zimo. Naturally, she was pissed and had nowhere to vent the anger in her heart. Secondly, she wanted to prove her innocence. Since Su Zimo said that she was involved with Prince Yuan Zhuo, She would kill him and use the blood of her younger brother to prove her innocence. Through his 2 interactions with the Zither immortal, Su Zimo had a rough judgment of Meng Yao. Although this fairy looked beautiful on the surface, she was truly vicious on the inside. She did not care about the lives of others, even her younger brother. She could resort to any means to achieve her goals. How ruthless! Prince Yuan's Wu was almost beaten to death. I reckon that the 2 of them are definitely not Dao companions. Otherwise, how could she be so ruthless to her Dao companion? The crowd discussed. When Meng Yao saw that she had achieved her goal, she could not be bothered to attack anymore. She turned to look at Fairy Mo Qing, Yang Ruoxu, and Su Zimo before turning to leave. Fairy Mo Qing's expression softened and she heaved a sigh of relief. She truly did not want to fight or kill anyone. She liked solitude and was aloof from worldly affairs to begin with. There was another reason why she was here. Within the carriage, the girl patted her chest gently. That fierce woman is finally gone. To think that she's the Zither immortal. She's more like a female Yiksha. What rights does she have to be ranked alongside you, princess? Tui. Feeling indignant, the girl spat fiercely. The plain-robed woman smiled. Her Zither skills are indeed decent. She was implying that apart from her Zither skills, there was nothing worth mentioning about the Zither immortal. Right. Suddenly, the girl thought of something and asked again, Princess, the painting immortal is so powerful. If she sees a person, can she also draw the person and infuse his dermic Tao and divine charm into it? She'll be quite scary if that's the case. If she sees you, won't she be able to draw a clone of you whose strength is comparable to yours, princess? No. The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. I heard that Fairy Mo Qing draws flowers, trees, birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, and all living beings. However, she never drew human figures. Huh? Why? The girl's eyes widened in confusion. I don't know either. After pondering for a moment, the plain-robed woman said, Perhaps there's no one whom she deems befitting of art. Or perhaps the human heart is way too complicated and difficult to portray. You can't judge a book by its cover. The girl murmured softly and fell into deep thought. In midair, Prince Yuanzhou had already used blood to reconstruct his body. Even so, Meng Yao's attack earlier on had destroyed more than half of his bloodline, and he had lost a lot of blood qi. He would have to recuperate for a long time in the future before he could recover. Prince Yuanzhou glared at Su Zimo fiercely, wanting nothing more than to devour him alive. He was way too aggrieved. First, he received a mysterious letter. Thereafter, he made sufficient preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong and arrived here with more than 100 execution guards. However, he did not expect them to be completely annihilated. Even he was almost beaten to death by his sister, personally. He had already become a joke. It was all because of Su Zimo. Your Highness, let's head back. When perfected Immortal Jingyu saw that Prince Yuanzhou was still filled with killing intent, he could not help but send a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Now that the painting immortal is presiding over the situation and Princess Meng Yao has already left, there's no way we can take Su Zimo away with just us. There's still a long way to go. There will definitely be a chance to deal with this lad in the future. Prince Yuanzhou also knew that perfected Immortal Jingyu was not wrong. He could only swallow all the grievances and anger in his heart. Let's go. Prince Yuanzhou grit his teeth. Perfected Immortal Jingyu cupped his fists towards Fairy Mo Qing before leaving with Prince Yuanzhou and Lone Star, disappearing into the horizon before long. Chapter 2144. 2144 joining the academy. 2144 joining the academy. Prince Yuanzhou, the storm in the immortal sect selection, gradually calmed down. Yang Ruoxu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was a grade 9 heaven immortal, he was only a step away from death earlier on. If Fairy Mo Ching had not arrived in time, he would have been killed by Zither, immortal Meng Yao. Of course, Yang Ruoxu was puzzled as well. From what he knew, senior sister Mo Ching was indeed quiet and aloof from worldly affairs. She was often in seclusion, painting on her main peak, and rarely appeared. He had never heard of her getting too close to anyone. He had joined the sect for tens of thousands of years and had only seen senior sister Mo Ching a few times from afar during this period of time. He did not have the chance to interact with her, let alone speak to her or even befriend her. Fairy Mo Ching's actions today were indeed strange. Of course, Yang Ruoxu did not think too much about it. He merely thought that Fairy Mo Ching had helped him because she happened to pass by and saw that her fellow sect mate was in trouble. Thank you for your help, senior sister Mo Ching. Yang Ruoxu bowed respectfully to Fairy Mo Ching. Su Zimo stood out as well and bowed to Fairy Mo Ching. Thank you, Fairy Mo Ching. No matter why Fairy Mo Ching appeared and fought against Zither, immortal Meng Yao, he should be grateful that she saved his life. Fairy Mo Ching had an indifferent expression and did not say anything. She merely nodded and did not look at the two of them anymore. Suddenly, she sensed something, and her gaze shifted to an ordinary carriage in the crowd. Amazing! The plain-robed woman could not help but praise internally. Princess, the painting immortal seems to have discovered us. The girl was surprised. Ever since Fairy Mo Ching appeared, the plain-robed woman had not appeared and there was no activity in the carriage. To think that Fairy Mo Ching would discover them right away in a crowd of millions. As the painting immortal, Fairy Mo Ching's eyesight is naturally extremely strong. If not for that skill, how could she capture the dermic Tao and divine charm of all living beings in the world? The plain-robed woman said softly. She smiled gently and nodded in the direction of Fairy Mo Ching through the curtain of the carriage. Fairy Mo Ching nodded in return. Yang Ruoxu turned around and looked at the 100 people selected from the Immortal Sect selection. The Immortal Sect selection will continue. Su Zimo, are you willing to join Heaven and Earth Academy? Hold on. Right then, Heavenly Abyss suddenly spoke and looked at Su Zimo. Earlier on, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was forced to withdraw because of the circumstances. I've already reported this matter to the sect, and experts of the sect will arrive soon. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect is willing to recruit you. Imperial Wind Temple can agree to recruit you too, Su Zimo. Heaven Immortal Green Peak stood out hurriedly as well. Yang Ruoxu sneered. Indeed, there was nothing much to say when the two of them were forced to retreat by Meng Yao earlier on. However, the fact that they came back now to try and steal Su Zimo was rather shameless. Only everyone could read the situation, and Yang Ruoxu could not be bothered to expose them. In the end, it still depended on Su Zimo's choice. Thank you for your kind intentions. Almost without hesitation, Su Zimo cupped his fists towards Heaven Abyss and Heaven Immortal Green Peak before saying, I'm willing to join Heaven and Earth Academy. Initially, he was indeed inclined towards Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. That was because on the Dragon Abyss Star he had conflicts with 3 perfected immortal experts of Flying Immortal Sect, Heaven and Earth Academy, and Imperial Wind Temple. However, earlier on, it was because of Yang Ruoxu's persistence and Fairy Mo Ching's timely appearance that he was able to survive. If he were to enter Mountain Sea Immortal Sect now, wouldn't he be an ungrateful person? Heaven Abyss sighed gently with a regretful expression. Yang Ruoxu's expression softened as he nodded to Su Zimo. Come over and stand behind me. Su Zimo obeyed and stood in the camp of Heaven and Earth Academy. At that moment, he truly felt at ease. After ascending to the upper world, the environment he was in was extremely cruel and dangerous. It was always filled with danger, and he could die at any moment. Now that he had Heaven and Earth Academy backing him. He could cultivate openly. No matter how strong Prince Yuanzhou was, or how powerful the great Jin Immortal Kingdom was, they would not dare to capture him at Heaven and Earth Academy. From this day forth, anyone who wanted to bully the young with their cultivation realm would have to think about Heaven and Earth Academy backing him. When Fairy Mo Qing saw that nothing was wrong, she did not bid farewell to everyone and turned to leave with the ice butterfly, disappearing into the horizon before long. We should leave too. Within the carriage, the plain-robed woman said softly, "Princess, aren't you going to stay to see which immortal sect Prince Yunlei will join?" The girl said, "Princess Scarlet Rainbow is next. After her is Prince Yunlei. Him." The plain-robed woman shook her head gently, seemingly uninterested, and said casually, "I don't know which immortal sect he will join, but it definitely won't be Heaven and Earth Academy." "Why?" the girl asked. The plain-robed woman did not explain, and her spirit consciousness moved, controlling the carriage to leave the place as well. In midair, the second person with the most number of coiling dragon badges was Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's talent and potential were equally terrifying. If not for Su Zimo, this princess would have been the first person recruited by the 4 immortal sects with all their might. Of course, the 4 Heaven Immortals knew that Princess Scarlet Rainbow would most likely join Imperial Wind Temple. Flying Immortal Sect is interested. Heaven Immortal White, Sea said in a deep voice. Mountain Sea Immortal Sect is interested. Heaven Abyss added. Heaven Immortal Green Peak chuckled. Fellow Taoists, to be fair, the speed of Scarlet Rainbow's movement technique is her greatest advantage. If she can join Imperial Wind Temple, she can maximize that advantage. There's no need for the 2 of you to fight. Imperial Wind Temple is the most suitable. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw Heaven Immortal Green Peak ramble on, she waved it off. Exalted Immortal, there's no need to say anything more. I want to join Heaven and Earth Academy. The smile on Heaven Immortal Green Peak's face froze, and he swallowed his words with an awkward expression. The other 3 Heaven Immortals revealed surprised expressions as well. Scarlet Rainbow, are you sure? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned and asked in a deep voice, "You should know that you can only unlock your potential completely after joining Imperial Wind Temple." Initially, I wanted to join Imperial Wind Temple. Pausing for a moment, Princess Scarlet Rainbow glared at the green-robed scholar in the Heaven and Earth Academy formation and smiled gently, revealing her petite canine teeth. "However, I've changed my mind now." Heaven Immortal Green Peak harumphed coldly and said nothing more. Naturally, Yang Roxu was delighted and nodded slightly to Princess Scarlet Rainbow. "Scarlet Rainbow, come over as well." Princess Scarlet Rainbow giggled and ran to the formation of Heaven and Earth Academy, standing beside Su Zimo. "Little Earth Immortal, I told you that you won't be able to escape, right?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow looked askance at Su Zimo with a crafty expression and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Su Zimo lowered his head expressionlessly, as though he had not heard anything. "Humph, what are you acting cool for?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow secretly extended her finger and poked Su Zimo's ribs. To think that the green lotus true body would be incomparably tough. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's poke nearly snapped her finger, and she gasped in pain, almost crying out. Chapter 2145 2145 Outer Sect Disciples 2145 Outer Sect Disciples. The immortal sect selection continued, and it was Prince Yunlei's turn. Although all 4 immortal sects wanted him, he pondered for a long time and chose Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. For Prince Yunlei, it did not matter which immortal sect he chose. The only thing he had to take note of was to avoid Heaven and Earth Academy. That was because Su Zimo had joined Heaven and Earth Academy. If he were to join the academy as well, he would be suppressed by Su Zimo for a long time to come. That was difficult for him to accept. Prince Yin Lei did not realize that he had subconsciously believed that he could not surpass Su Zimo. Without anyone interfering, the immortal sect selection was successfully completed and ended quickly. The 4 immortal sects left coiling Dragon Mountain Range with the disciples they recruited this time round and returned to their sections. Although the immortal sect selection was over, many of the cultivators that lingered around coiling Dragon Mountain Range were still unwilling to leave and discuss things. It was almost certain that before long, everything that happened in the immortal sect selection would spread through the entire divine firmament as quickly as possible. A grade 6 Earth immortal who ascended from the lower worlds killed more than 100 execution guards. 2 of the 4 great fairies gathered and almost fought. The painting immortal might already have a Tao companion. Once spread, every piece of news could ignite divine firmament mainland. Many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy were on a gigantic ship that traveled through the clouds. The ship was around 30 feet long and had 3 levels. Each level was exquisitely decorated with an ancient charm. There were all sorts of items in the cabins. Standing on the deck, Su Zimo welcomed the breeze and recalled his experiences of the past 3,000 years since his ascension, feeling sad. Both the human emperor and Dai Yu had once said that the environment of the upper world was extremely cruel. However, Su Zimo had not expected it to be so vile. Even with his talent and methods, he barely managed to survive till this point and had encountered countless dangers. If it was anyone else, it would be even more difficult. Many of his old friends in Tianhuang mainland had already ascended, but he did not know where they were. Su Zimo could not help but feel worried. It was especially so for ascenders with meek personalities such as Xiaoning, Tao Yao, and Little Fox, who knew what sort of hardships they would experience in the upper world. Of course, even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do about it. According to their different physiques, cultivation techniques, and races, ascenders would ascend to different places. Even in the heavenly world, it was difficult for Su Zimo to find old friends who had ascended within the divine firmament immortal domain of the 9 firmament immortal domain, let alone the entire upper world. The divine firmament immortal domain was way too huge. Given Su Zimo's movement technique, even if he did not encounter any danger or obstacles, it would take him dozens of years to cross the divine firmament immortal domain. Searching for someone in the divine firmament immortal domain was even more difficult than searching for a needle in a haystack. If nothing else held him back in the lower worlds, the martial Tao Prime body would soon ascend as well. What are you thinking about? Right then, a crisp voice sounded from the side. Without turning back, Su Zimo knew that it was Princess Scarlet Rainbow of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Nothing much. Su Zimo replied casually. Oh. Princess Scarlet Rainbow continued. You ascended from the lower worlds. Why are you so powerful? Right. What was the divine power of the pair of golden wings you released previously? How was it so fast that you disappeared in a flash? Also, do you know myriad transformations? How can you change your appearance casually? The flame secret skill you released was also very powerful. I'm well versed in many secret skills of fire too. You should know that the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom was founded on the Tao of Fire, right? In this aspect, even the 4 immortal sects can't compare to us. If you want to break through in the Tao of Fire, we can find an opportunity for you to head to the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom with me. I'll take you to the library in the palace to take a look. In the past few days, Princess Scarlet Rainbow would run to Su Zimo's side and chat with him. Su Zimo was extremely frustrated, but he could not say it explicitly. He did not chase Princess Scarlet Rainbow away and merely replied occasionally. Compared to Prince Yuan Zhua and Princess Meng Yao, while this princess of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom was talkative and curious about everything, she was much better than the other 2. There was no condescending aura around Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Although she knew that he was someone who had ascended from the lower worlds, there was no contempt in her eyes. Su Zimo gradually adapted to the nagging of Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Slowly, he could contemplate his own thoughts while listening to her ramble without being affected. Although he was out of danger, the uneasiness in Su Zimo's heart did not dissipate. He could not understand why Prince Yuanzi would appear at the immortal sex selection. From the looks of it, Prince Yuanzi clearly knew his whereabouts. Furthermore, Prince Yuanzi knew what he looked like after transformation. How could this be? Everyone, Heaven and Earth Academy is up ahead. Right then, Yang Ruoxu's voice sounded. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and put aside the doubts in his mind for the time being. Prince Yuanzi was probably the only one who could clear those doubts. Su Zimo looked over. At the end of the horizon, a series of mountain peaks appeared. Some of them towered into the clouds, towering and upright with countless vegetation and flowers growing on them. Amidst the flowers, majestic palaces rose one after another. If they were slightly closer, everyone would be able to hear a series of shocking explosions. On the many mountain peaks, 1,000-feet-long waterfalls poured down one after another. Similar to galactic rivers, they flowed into the lakes below, causing huge splashes that sounded like thunder. The galactic rivers fell, and mist filled the air, forming auspicious clouds that floated among the mountains like a paradise. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with shock. Even though he had seen many sects and paradise lands, they were far inferior compared to the scene before him. The feng shui terrain of Astral Sect seemed a little shabby. More importantly, after entering this place, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the heaven and earth essence chi here was several times richer than outside. In other words, if he cultivated here, his speed would be many times faster than outside. It's no wonder why the 4 immortal sects and 3 immortal kingdoms are able to nurture so many paragons and monster incarnates. With such a cultivation environment and feng shui, one can cultivate with half the effort. Su Zimo sighed internally. Everyone. Yang Ruoxu looked at Su Zimo and the others. From this day forth, you guys will be outer sect disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy. This is where the outer sect of the Academy is located. Su Zimo was shocked. Despite the scene, this was merely a cultivation ground for outer sect disciples. What sort of a paradise awaited inner sect disciples and legacy disciples? Yang Ruoxu continued, I'll send you guys here. After you head down, an outer sect steward will receive you. There, you can collect your outer sect disciple badges. Of course, you guys can also choose some servants in the outer sect to help you deal with some trivial matters. Every outer sect disciple can choose 10 servants. As for anything else, the outer sect steward will tell you. Chapter 2146, 10,000-year meet. 2146, 10,000-year meet. Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice. Additionally, let me remind you guys, although you've already surpassed most cultivators of the same cultivation realm after entering the academy, cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. You must not slack off at all. In about 1,000 years, the divine firmament immortal domain's 10,000-year meet will begin. All of you should have heard that, as the name implies, the 10,000-year meet is a cultivation gathering held once every 10,000 years. At that time, many cultivators of the divine firmament immortal domain will be gathered. At this 10,000-year meet, there will be the largest marketplace in 10,000 years with countless unique treasures gathered by the paragon disciples of the major sects and factions. At that time, these paragon disciples will have the most intense collision to fight for a spot on the Earth ranking. Su Zimo was enlightened. So, the fight for the Earth ranking was at the Immortal Tao meet that was held once every 10,000 years. There were many motives for such a gathering. On the one hand, it was to gather the paragons of the divine, firmament, immortal domain and provide them a chance to make a name for themselves. On the other hand, it could also give many cultivators in seclusion a chance to exchange pointers. Yang Ruoxu said, "The venue of the 10,000-year meet is different each time. Almost all of them are held in the regions of the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sections. Apart from Divine Firmament Palace, only the 7 major factions could hold such a grand cultivation event in Divine Firmament Mainland." "I know." Suddenly, Princess Scarlet Rainbow shouted and said smugly, "The next 10,000-year meet will be held in our Yenyang Immortal Kingdom." "That's right." Yang Ruoxu nodded slightly and continued, "There are a total of 100 spots on the Earth ranking. The major sects and factions value the Earth ranking immensely, and it's the same for the Academy. On the one hand, it's a symbol of honor. On the other hand, the higher ones ranking on the Earth ranking, the greater the benefits they will receive. Apart from that, if any of the outer sect disciples of the Academy can enter the top 10 of the Earth ranking, they can join the inner sect and advance and enjoy the cultivation resources of the inner sect disciples even before they become heaven immortals." "What cultivation resources do inner sect disciples have? Do they get more essence spirit stones?" someone in the crowd asked. Yang Ruoxu smiled gently. "Outer sect disciples can receive 1,000 essence spirit stones a year. Internal sect disciples can receive 10 times that number. In other words, they can receive 10,000 essence spirit stones. Additionally," Yang Ruoxu paused for a moment before continuing, "as an inner sect disciple, you also have a chance to collect essence spirit liquid." The crowd exclaimed. It seemed like essence spirit liquid was something that was extremely famous, but Su Zimo had never heard of it. Essence spirit liquid is purer and richer than essence spirit stones. There are extremely few impurities, and it's easier to absorb and refine it. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw Su Zimo's puzzled expression, she sent a voice transmission secretly. "A single drop of essence spirit liquid is comparable to 10,000 essence spirit stones." Su Zimo was secretly speechless. It was no wonder why Heaven and Earth Academy was a heaven-grade sect. They actually had such good stuff. If essence spirit liquid was coupled with a richer heaven and earth essence chi in the inner sect environment, one's cultivation speed would definitely increase by another level. Yang Ruoxu left a few more reminders before turning to leave. Su Zimo and the others descended, and there was already an outer sect steward waiting below. The outer sect steward's surname was Chin, and he was skinny. He was a grade 9 Earth Immortal and looked at Su Zimo and the others coldly. Everyone had to collect a few items from Steward Chin. Identity badge. Upon receiving it, they had to carve their names on it. Su Zimo received the identity badge and rubbed his fingers gently. The identity badge was made from an unknown wood and was extremely tough and indestructible. Princess Scarlet Rainbow came to the side and whispered, "The material used for our identity badges is different from the inner sect disciples. Theirs are made from rare metals and can even be used as dermic treasures. I heard that the identity badges of legacy disciples are made of jade. If they wear it on their bodies all the time, it can even nourish their essence spirits. The Academy did not have any uniform requirements for the attire of disciples and was more casual. Apart from the identity badge, there was also a manual with many rules of the sect, as well as reward and punishment mechanisms. The first lesson for you guys after joining the Academy is to memorize the sect's rules when you head back. Don't leave anything out." Steward Chun said coldly, "Don't regret it when you break the rules and are punished. All of you, listen up. I don't care what your identities were in the past. After entering the Academy, you only have one identity, a disciple of the Academy." It was clear that Steward Chun was trying to establish dominance among the newcomers. However, for Su Zimo and the others to be able to stand out in the immortal sect selection, All of them were paragons and had experienced countless bloodshed. Although they were respectful on the surface, they thought nothing of Steward Chen's words. Steward Chen sneered, "Don't blame me for not reminding you guys. In each batch of newcomers, there are always foolish ones. For light offenses, you might be stripped of your status as an outer sect disciple and be punished to become a servant. If it's serious, you might be kicked out of the academy or even killed on the spot." At that point, everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they gradually realized the gravity of the matter. Sensing the fear in everyone's eyes, Steward Chen looked satisfied. "I'll put it bluntly. If I catch any of you making mistakes, don't blame me for not taking our relationship into account. Of course, I don't have any relationship with you guys to begin with." With that said, he flicked his robes and turned to leave, leaving everyone with a skinny back view. Princess Scarlet Rainbow sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "Little Earth Immortal, you don't have to listen to his threats. There's an outer sect disciplinary elder. Even if anything happens, this steward won't be the one to enforce the rules." Most of these outer sect stewards were outer sect disciples in the past as well. However, they failed to break through to the heaven immortal realm even after cultivating for a long time. As such, they could only take on jobs such as stewards in the outer sect and rely on that status to exert dominance. There's nothing much to them. Su Zimo nodded. "Let's choose a few servants first, so that they can help us with some trivial stuff." Princess Scarlet Rainbow pulled Su Zimo and wanted to take a look at the servants' area. Although she was a princess of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, she had just entered the academy and everything was new to her. She wanted to take a look around. "I don't need servants." Su Zimo shook his head. "Princess, go on your own." He intended to enter seclusion right away after joining the academy. There was still 1,000 years to the 10,000-year meet, and time was relatively pressing. When he received the inheritance in Astral Sect, he had accumulated a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi in his body. He wanted to enter seclusion now to refine the heaven and earth essence chi. He wanted to raise his cultivation before the 10,000-year meet as soon as possible. He was the number one of the immortal sect selection. However, he might not have absolute confidence in the fight for the earth ranking if the difference in cultivation realm was too great. There was always someone better out there. For example, the Zixian Immortal Kingdom already had a monster incarnate, like Yunting. At the 10,000-year meet, the earth ranking would be ranked again, and countless paragons and monster incarnates would appear. Chapter 2147 2147 Seclusion 2147 Seclusion. If you have servants, they can help you deal with many things. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, "For us, we might be in seclusion most of the time. Outer sect disciples also get a spirit herb garden. Although it's not big, we need someone to take care of it. It's best to leave it to the servants. If there's any news or trivial matters, you can leave it to the servants. For example, the servants can collect the 1,000 Essence Spirit Stones distributed by the Essence Spirit Pavilion every year." Su Zimo flipped through the ancient book in his hands and pointed to one of the pages. "It says here that the Essence Spirit Stones distributed by the Essence Spirit Pavilion each year can also be withheld temporarily and stored in the Essence Spirit Pavilion. I can collect everything at one go only when I need it." Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked, "What will you cultivate with if that's the case?" Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, the dragon girl he encountered gave him a storage bag with 10 million Essence Spirit Stones. It was enough for him to cultivate for 3,000 years. At the very least, he would not lack Essence Spirit Stones for the next 1,000 years. He was the Green Lotus True Body, and there was a high chance that some phenomenon would be leaked when he cultivated. It was inconvenient to have servants by his side. Princess Scarlet Rainbow persuaded him for a while more, but Su Zimo rejected her politely and went straight to his residence. There were tens of thousands of outer sect disciples in Heaven and Earth Academy. Even so, the treatment of every outer sect disciple was better than inner sect disciples of other Earth or Black grade sects. Su Zimo's residence was located at the foot of a beautiful mountain peak. Beside it was a waterfall that fell from the skies, forming a lake shrouded by clouds. The surroundings were filled with lush greenery. In fact, there were even squirrels and mystical demon beasts such as cranes roaming in the vicinity. The demon beasts were not afraid of humans. Even for ferocious beasts, they did not attack cultivators with identity badges of the academy. The residence of outer sect disciples was not simple either. There was a gigantic courtyard, rooms for cultivation, pill refinement, and weapon refinement, as well as a resting place for servants. Outside the residence was a huge medicinal field where spirit herbs and immortal herbs could be planted at will. Su Zimo entered the courtyard and injected essence chi into his identity badge. The patterns on the identity badge suddenly shone brightly and entered every corner of the courtyard. Thereafter, the glow on the identity badge gradually faded. It was recorded in the sect manual that if someone stayed in the courtyard, there would be a distinct barrier and restriction. Without the owner's permission, cultivators of the same sect would not be able to barge in. Su Zimo entered the cultivation room and assumed a lotus position, letting out a long breath. Ever since he ascended, it was only at this moment that he had truly settled down. He no longer had to flee everywhere or worry that a calamity would descend upon him at any moment. As one's cultivation grew, the difficulty of cultivating would increase as well. If nothing unexpected happened in the next 1,000 years, Su Zimo had a chance of breaking through to the level 7 Earth Essence realm or even cultivating to the peak of a grade 7 Earth Immortal. Zi Xian Immortal Kingdom, Library. The plain-robed woman had already returned from coiling Dragon Mountain Range and was flipping through an ancient book. Before long, hurried footsteps could be heard coming from behind her. Without turning back, the plain-robed woman could guess who it was. In this library, this particular younger brother of hers was the only one who could be so unruly. Sister, I heard that there's news of Su Zimo. Before he arrived, a voice sounded, breaking the tranquility of the library. Frowning slightly, the woman turned around and saw a man with sharp brows and starry eyes striding over. There was a sharp glint in his eyes, and he had a domineering aura. It was the most famous monster incarnate of divine firmament mainland in the past 100,000 years, Prince Yunting. When Yunting saw the anger on the woman's face, he quickly realized something and smiled embarrassedly, whispering, "Sister, don't scold me. I'll just lower my voice." Loud voices were not allowed in the library. Yunting had been lectured by his sister many times because of this. However, when he heard the news of Su Zimo this time round, Yunting was so excited that he forgot about it and ran over excitedly. The plain-robed woman's expression softened as she sized up Yunting. She nodded and said, "You've gained quite a bit from this seclusion. You've broken through to the Heaven Essence realm." "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" Yunting raised his head and said proudly, "What's Su Zimo's cultivation realm now? He must be many realms behind me by now, right?" "He's a grade 6 Earth Immortal now. In terms of cultivation speed, he's slightly inferior to you," the plain-robed woman said. Yunting chuckled. "A grade 6 Earth Immortal? His cultivation speed is already very fast. However, against an opponent like me, he has no choice but to submit in the future. I'm not finished yet. You have nothing to be proud of." The plain-robed woman said, "The reason why you cultivated faster than him is because you only specialize in the Sword Dao and inherited 2 secret classics of the Sword Dao. You possess such opportunities, as well as the endless resources of our immortal kingdom. As for him, he can only depend on himself and was hunted constantly with his life in danger. Your starting points are different. It's hard to say who's better. If it was in a different environment, he might not be inferior to you. Yun Ting was indignant and was naturally upset. Just as he was about to argue, the plain-robed woman continued. Furthermore, there's no need for cultivators to compete in cultivation speed. Also, you've cultivated too quickly in the Earth Essence realm, and your foundation is unstable. There's a high chance that this will be a hidden ailment in the future. Yun Ting said, That's right. There's indeed no need to compete in cultivation speed. However, if I fight him again, he won't be a match for me. That's not for sure. The plain-robed woman shook her head. If you guys battle in the same cultivation realm, the outcome between you and him will be indeterminate. Impossible. Yun Ting waved his hand. When I was a grade 7 Earth Immortal, I defeated all the Earth Immortal experts of the 4 Immortal sections. Although I did not take part in the fight for the Earth ranking, if I claimed to be the second strongest Earth Immortal, who would dare claim they're the first? What rights does Su Zimo have? The plain-robed woman smiled and recounted the events of the Immortal Sect selection. Yun Ting's eyes lit up when he heard that. There was no fear in them. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. When the plain-robed woman saw that, she nodded to herself. Her younger brother's defeat in the Emperor's tomb back then did not affect him. Instead, it tempered his Tao heart even more. The main reason why Yun Ting did not take part in the fight for the Earth ranking was because he was already publicly acknowledged as the #1 Earth Immortal in the entire Divine Firmament mainland. When he was a grade 7 Earth Immortal, he could sweep through the 4 Immortal sections. Who would be a match for him when he cultivated to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal? However, at that moment, Yun Ting felt a sense of regret. If he had known earlier, he would have suppressed his cultivation realm and made a breakthrough later. That way, he could fight Su Zimo again at the 10,000-year meet. Right now, he had already cultivated to the Heaven Immortal realm and could no longer take part in the fight for the Earth ranking at the 10,000-year meet. Suddenly, Yun Ting burst into laughter. It's fine. I'll wait for him at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. At that time, I'll fight him for the Heaven ranking. Chapter 2148. 2148 Empty Tomb. 2148 Empty Tomb. Tianhuang Mainland, Songlang Mountain Range. In accordance to Ji Yaoshua's wishes, the martial Tao Prime Body buried her here. He did not leave and instead guarded her quietly for almost a year. Actually, for the martial Tao Prime Body, there was nothing worth longing for in the lower worlds. However, he did not leave. That was because there was something that he could not figure out. How did Ji Yaoshua die? Ji Yaoshua's talent was not extremely poor. On the contrary, she possessed a heaven spirit root right from the start of her cultivation and was definitely someone with exceptional talent. Even if her talent was extremely poor, the martial Tao Prime Body had given her countless treasures, immortal pills, and elixirs through Tao Yao all these years. It could even be said that the martial Tao Prime Body had sought out all treasures that could possibly be found in the lower worlds for her to consume. With so many treasures, even a mere mortal with an ordinary body should have broken through to the void reversion realm in 3,000 years. However, Ji Yaoshua's cultivation remained stagnant. The strange thing was that although Ji Yaoshua's lifespan decreased day by day, her face did not show any signs of aging. What was the reason for that? For the past year, the martial Tao Prime Body guarded Ji Yaoshua's grave and pondered over all possibilities. Could Ji Yaoshua have been silently cursed by someone when she was alive? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao Prime Body. That was indeed possible. The power of a curse was sinister and terrifying. It could indeed have such an effect. However, the witch race had long been destroyed by Daiyu. Where did a curse like this come from? Furthermore, he had checked on Ji Yaoshua's condition previously and did not discover anything unusual. The gaze of the martial Dao Prime Body landed on a tomb not far away. After pondering for a long time, he decided to open the tomb and check on Ji Yaoshua's corpse. Although this action was disrespectful to the dead, the martial Dao Prime Body would definitely not allow Ji Yaoshua to die without understanding why. Over the years, he had obtained many essence, spirit stones from the God Realm. Coupled with the Dao fruit of King Yunyu that he refined, he had already cultivated to the 8th level of the Fate Ring Realm. Back then, he could not detect anything unusual. Now that his cultivation had advanced, he decided to check again. If there was truly anyone who casted a curse in secret to kill Ji Yaoshua, he would capture that person even if it meant death. The martial Dao Prime Body advanced and waved his robes, tearing through the mud on the tomb and revealing the coffin within. This coffin was created by the martial Dao Prime Body cutting down a stalk of soul-nourishing wood and could last for 10,000 years without rotting. The Mingwang prayer beads were made from the soul-nourishing wood. The martial Dao Prime Body extended his palm and curved his fingers. He grabbed gently through the void and lifted the lid of the coffin. The moment the coffin lid fell, the martial Dao Prime Body was stunned. Even with his temperament, his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. How was that possible? The martial Dao Prime Body took a few more steps forward and took a deep breath. Closing his eyes, he focused his gaze. The result was the same. The coffin was empty. Ji Yaoshua's corpse had vanished. The only thing left in the coffin was the robe that Su Zimo had made for her. It was so old that it was almost pale now. However, Ji Yaoshua's corpse was gone. The martial Dao Prime Body had not expected such an outcome after opening the coffin. Ji Yaoshua passed away right in front of him, and he buried her here personally. For the past year, the martial Dao Prime Body had not left her side at all. There was no way anyone would take away Ji Yaoshua's corpse. However, the truth before him was that Ji Yaoshua's corpse had vanished right under the nose of the martial Dao Prime Body. In fact, he did not even notice it. The martial Dao Prime Body walked forward and picked up the clothes in the coffin. There was still a faint fragrance lingering on the clothes. The martial Dao Prime Body put away the clothes and stood in deep thought. He had roamed countless worlds of the lower worlds and witnessed many strange and mysterious powers, but he could not explain what was happening before him. Initially, the martial Dao Prime Body wanted to unravel the mystery of Ji Yaoshua's death. However, he did not expect to fall into an even greater mystery. Heavenly Wolf. The martial Dao Prime Body summoned a drop of blood from his storage bag with a single thought. That drop of blood contained a spirit consciousness from the upper world. The martial Dao Prime Body knew that one day he would ascend to the upper world. Therefore, he did not kill Heavenly Wolf. Instead, he kept it by his side for the time being, and it might be of use when he ascended to the upper world in the future. Heavenly Wolf knew a lot. However, it was extremely stubborn and refused to reveal many things. After the martial Dao Prime Body controlled the karmic flames, tribulation fire, martial spirit fire, and dragon phoenix flames, and tortured him continuously, he gradually submitted. The origin of the hell suppression tripod was also revealed by Heavenly Wolf. Great Master, what can I do for you? The drop of blood in midair transformed into the appearance of a tiny wolf demon with a humble expression. It lowered its head towards the martial Dao Prime Body with a pandering gaze. Heavenly Wolf could not defend against the 4 flames of the martial Dao Prime Body and had already acknowledged him as its master. The martial Dao Prime Body recounted the disappearance of Ji Yaoshua's corpse before asking, "Do you know the reason?" Heavenly Wolf was confused as well. "I don't know either." Heavenly Wolf said, "If the corpse is decomposed, it will definitely leave traces in the coffin. Of course, it's impossible for the corpse to be moved from under your watch as well, Great Master. This matter did not involve any secrets, and there was no need for Heavenly Wolf to hide anything. The martial Tao Prime Body did not use his flames to burn Heavenly Wolf either. He stood in front of the empty coffin and was silent for a long time before suddenly asking, "Is there reincarnation and the netherworld in the upper world?" "Yes." Heavenly Wolf replied immediately with a firm tone. No matter what living being it is, after they die, they will enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and leave their marks in the netherworld. Some experts of the upper world can even leave their soul imprints after cultivating to level 3 of the perfected One Realm. They will be able to pass through the 6 paths of reincarnation without their imprints being destroyed. If they are reborn in the future and guided into cultivation, they might even be able to awaken their memories of their previous life after reaching the perfected immortal realm. The martial Tao Prime Body nodded. In the years that the Green Lotus True Body roamed the upper world, he had heard of some legends of reincarnated immortals, but he had not met them yet. To think that the conditions to become a reincarnated immortal were so stringent. It was only possible if their cultivation were at the perfected immortal realm in this current lifetime. There was naturally no way Ji Yaoshua could have any soul imprint after her death. However, as Heavenly Wolf had said, no matter what living being it was, they would leave traces in the netherworld after they died. One day, he should head to the netherworld to take a look. That was probably the only way he could resolve this mystery about Ji Yaoshua. The martial Tao Prime Body heaved a deep breath and waved his robes, burying the empty tomb as he murmured, "Let's go. It's time to leave." "Where to?" Heavenly Wolf asked. "The upper world." The martial Tao Prime Body replied. Chapter 2149 2149 Fiend Domain 2149 Fiend Domain. At the mention of the upper world, Heavenly Wolf's eyes shone with excitement. However, he retracted it quickly, and the glint vanished. The martial Tao Prime Body put Heavenly Wolf back into his storage bag. In a corner of his storage bag, a silver light shone, and he took it out with a single thought. It was a silver mask from the upper world, and was also a treasure. Not only could it conceal one's appearance, it could also block the detection of others' spirit consciousnesses. Back then, Heavenly Wolf was stored in this silver mask and fell from the upper world with the hell suppression tripod. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and wore the silver mask. The silver mask was as thin as cicada wings and covered most of his face. It did not affect his breathing at all and revealed a pair of deep eyes. He did not know where he would land for his ascension. Because the Green Lotus True Body was hunted when he ascended, out of caution, the martial Tao Prime Body still intended to wear the silver mask. Furthermore, the Green Lotus True Body had just established himself in the upper world. If the martial Tao Prime Body were to reveal his true appearance after ascending, it might create even more enemies for the Green Lotus True Body and bring about unnecessary trouble. The figure of the martial Tao Prime Body rose slowly into the air and looked at the firmaments, releasing a perfected Mahayana realm spirit consciousness that triggered the heavenly tribulation. Now that the martial Tao Prime Body had cultivated to the level 8 Fate Ring realm, according to his calculations, he should have broken through from the Earth Immortal Realm to the Heaven Immortal Realm. At his cultivation realm, his control of his spirit consciousness was already superb. Over the years, in order to comprehend the power of the heavenly tribulation, he had even summoned it countless times and cultivated the tribulation fire. In the lower worlds, as long as one cultivated to the perfected Mahayana realm and released their spirit consciousness, they could trigger the descent of the heavenly tribulation. The martial Tao Prime Body was long used to such acts of deceiving fate. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the skies and lightning rumbled with a rampant might as the heavenly tribulation appeared. That scene attracted the attention of many Tianhuang mainland cultivators. Among them were some of Su Zimo's old friends, such as Little Fatty, Lang Ro, Ji Qingtian, solitary cloud. Right in front of everyone, a purple-robed figure with a silver mask bathed in the power of the heavenly tribulation. His body was coiled with lightning that resembled an anaconda as he ascended slowly. The figure did not pause at all during its ascension. The apocalyptic heavenly tribulation was like an itch for this person. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation dissipated. The purple figure vanished at the end of the firmaments as well. This time round, he's truly gone. Lung Ro said softly. Everyone was silent, and everyone had emotional expressions with a hint of sadness. Although they had known Su Zimo for a long time, not everyone could cultivate to the level of ascending to the upper world after thousands of years. In fact, some of them might not be able to ascend for the rest of their lives. Ji Qingtian said, Everyone's fates are different, and there's nothing we can ask for. I no longer have any regrets knowing Brother Su in this life. Let's cultivate properly. If 3,000 years won't do, we'll cultivate for 30,000 years. One day, we'll be able to ascend as well. Little Fatty was extremely optimistic and smiled. Who knows? By then, Bro might have already established a reputation in the upper world, and we can seek refuge with him the moment we ascend. Everyone exchanged glances and smiled. The sadness in their hearts lessened significantly as they dispersed. The martial Tao prime body could not help but feel a tremendous suction force wrap around him and fly upwards. Initially, when he looked down, he could still see Tianhuang mainland beneath. As the distance between them increased, Tianhuang mainland became as insignificant as dust and eventually vanished from his line of sight completely. After an unknown period of time, the martial Tao prime body felt as though he had passed through a thin membrane. Suddenly, the environment changed and he was surrounded by faint heaven and earth essence qi. If he was not wrong, that thin membrane should be the barrier between the upper and lower worlds. The martial Tao prime body struggled slightly. Even with his level 8 fate ring strength that was comparable to a heaven immortal, he could not break free from the suction force that was restricting him. The martial Tao prime body passed through the sea of stars. A long time later, a large shadow appeared above his head and extended endlessly. Before he could react, his figure seemed to have entered a spatial tunnel. After the world spun, the figure of the martial Tao prime body stabilized. Another ascender has arrived. Including that person, we've already gathered 100 people. Capture that person and prepare to set off. The moment the martial Tao prime body stood still, a commotion broke out around him. He surveyed his surroundings. He stood in an area that resembled a sacrificial platform with rich heaven and earth essence qi surging around him. It was much richer than the boundaries between here and Tianhuang mainland. There were more than 10 cultivators standing around the sacrificial platform. All of them wore black robes and had ferocious expressions, emitting a strong blood stench. The martial Tao prime body swept his spirit consciousness. The cultivation of the cultivators varied, but they were all black immortals. Some of them were grade 7 and some were grade 8. The person with the highest cultivation was a grade 9 black immortal. Apart from his black robe, he wore armor and looked like the leader of the group. Not far away, 99 cultivators were kneeling. Every cultivator was covered in injuries, and their faces were pale. Their eyes shone with fear, and their cultivation realms were all grade 1 black immortals. From the looks of it, the 99 cultivators had just ascended. Hey, lowlife, what are you standing there for? Get the hell down. A grade 6 black immortal walked towards the martial Tao prime body and cursed. Which world is this? The martial Tao prime body opened his storage bag slightly and suddenly asked, This aura. Heavenly Wolf sensed carefully and his eyes lit up. This should be the fiend domain of the heavenly world. The martial Tao prime body nodded. The heavenly world was extremely vast and could be roughly divided into 3 regions. The 9 firmament immortal domain, pure land of bliss, and the fiend domain were separated by the sacred tree. Although he and the green lotus true body had both ascended to the heavenly world, they were not in the same region and were too far away. Notwithstanding the 9 firmament immortal domain and the fiend domain, even within the 9 immortal domains, the green lotus true body would take dozens of years to cover given his current strength. Fiend domain. The martial Tao prime body was in deep thought. When the grade 6 earth immortal that walked over saw that the martial Tao prime body had yet to react, he could not help but laugh sinisterly and scold. "Ignorant thing! How dare you act cool in front of me?" Every ascender who had just arrived in the upper world thought that they were the paragons of the world. However, in their eyes, all the ascenders were fish on a chopping board that could be slaughtered at will. This person was prepared to teach the purple-robed man who had just ascended a lesson and make him suffer so that he could recognize reality. Among the kneeling crowd, an old man could not bear it and shouted, "Fellow Taoist, hurry and come down. Listen to orders, lest you suffer an undeserved calamity." What undeserved calamity? The martial Tao prime body turned to look at the old man and asked indifferently. The old man sighed. "Young man, you've just ascended and don't know the situation yet. No matter what status you have in the lower worlds or how famous you are, you can only bow down and accept your fate when you ascend here. Do you see those corpses at the side? Those people were disobedient and were killed by them." Chapter 2150. 2150 all dead. 2150 all dead. Indeed, the surroundings of the sacrificial platform were filled with white bones. Some of the corpses even had fresh flesh on them and did not look like they had died for long. "Old thing, you sure are talkative." Another grade 7 black immortal raised the chain in his hands and whipped down heavily. Piak! Instantly, a bloody scar appeared on the old man's body and his flesh split open. The old man grunted and shuddered with a pained expression, not daring to say anything more. In that short period of time, the grade 6 black immortal had already arrived before the sacrificial platform. The person strode forward and reached for the silver mask of the martial Tao prime body, cursing, "How dare you wear a mask in the fiend domain? Take it off." Without even looking at him, the martial Tao prime body flicked his robes and whipped the grade 6 black immortal. Poof! The body of the grade 6 black immortal exploded on the spot, turning into a blood mist with his essence, spirit, destroyed. Everyone was silent. The black-robed cultivators were initially chatting merrily. When they saw that, their smiles froze on their faces. The 99 cultivators whose limbs were locked by chains and were kneeling on the ground were dumbfounded with shocked expressions. In their eyes, a cultivator of the upper world who was so strong that they could not resist was killed by a casual sleeve of this ascender. How was that possible? They were all ascenders. How could this person possess such immense power? They were not the only ones confused. The fiend domain cultivators of the upper world could not understand either and were stunned on the spot. The martial Tao prime body walked down the sacrificial platform slowly towards the dozens of people. Among everyone, the black-armored man in the lead was the first to react. He released his spirit consciousness rapidly and scanned the martial Tao prime body. However, that person was even more puzzled. Even with his spirit consciousness cultivation, he could not detect the cultivation realm of the ascender. How was that possible? There was no way a cultivator of the lower worlds who had just ascended could be at a higher cultivation realm than him. Could this person have cultivated some cultivation concealment technique? That must be the case, the black-armored man judged. In reality, even heaven immortals and perfected immortal experts whose cultivation realms far surpassed his would not be able to see through the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body, let alone him. The martial Tao was different from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists. The martial Tao prime body created an unprecedented path and created the Fate Ring realm, opening the secret ground in his body and releasing his potential. Even the martial Tao prime body had to verify with the Green Lotus true body to roughly deduce which cultivation realm the Fate Ring, secret ground, corresponded to. How could anyone else detect it? Ascender, you had better behave yourself. The black-armored man sent a voice transmission secretly, and the dozens of black immortals beside him dispersed rapidly. They summoned their dermic treasures and surrounded the martial Tao prime body. This is the territory of Yellow Sand Palace. When the black-armored man saw that everyone had already formed an encirclement around the martial Tao prime body, he was relieved and sneered, "You must be tired of living to kill here." In the fiend domain, it's survival of the fittest, and everything follows the laws of the jungle. Heavenly Wolf's voice sounded in the storage bag. Other places might be pretentious, but in the fiend domain it's blood and killing. In this land, only the most ferocious and ruthless people can establish themselves. What's the grade of your Yellow Sand Palace? Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body asked. Black grade, of course, the black-armored man said proudly. But soon a question arose in his mind. How could this ascender know the difference in grades between the sects and factions of the upper world? Before he could react, the martial Tao prime body pointed to the 99 ascenders kneeling on the ground beside him and asked, "What do you want them to do?" When ascenders of the lower worlds arrive in the upper world, they will naturally be enslaved by us for a period of time. The black-armored man said, "If you perform well, I can send you to the spirit field to be a spirit farmer and plant spirit herbs. It'll be easier. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll have to send you underground to mine." After the Green Lotus true body ascended to the upper world, he did spirit farming and mining. Although the martial Tao prime body had not experienced it personally, his two true bodies were telepathic. When he heard those two things, he felt a sense of resistance. Attack! Right then, when the black-armored man saw that the martial Tao prime body seemed to be in a daze, he ordered without hesitation. The black-robed cultivators who were already raring to go attacked one after another. They summoned their dermic treasures and flying swords and slashed towards the martial Tao prime body. The black-armored cultivator conjured immortal arts and divine powers hurriedly as well and released them. Body immobilization technique. Wind summoning. Thunder strike. Divine powers and immortal arts descended one after another. The martial Tao prime body ignored it and did not even dodge, allowing the many divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures, and flying swords to descend on him. When they saw that, the ascenders kneeling on the ground could not bear it and averted their gazes. The old man who reminded the martial Tao prime body earlier on felt a sliver of hope when he saw that the latter was extraordinary. But now he sighed gently. Even if this person had steel bones, he would be beaten to a pulp by so many cultivators. The black-armored man heaved a sigh of relief. Prior to this, he was still worried because he could not detect the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body. But now there should be no more accidents. Even a grade 1 Earth immortal might not be able to escape unscathed from such a ferocious attack. With that thought, many divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures, and flying swords descended and rained down on the martial Tao prime body. Divine powers and immortal arts dissipated without causing any ripples. When all the dermic treasures and flying swords struck the body of the martial Tao prime body, tinkling sounds could be heard through his clothes. Right in front of everyone, the dermic treasures and flying swords shattered and turned into a dim pile of scrap metal that scattered on the ground. Pissed, the black-robed cultivator's expression changed starkly as he gasped. What sort of methods were those? He resolved all the divine powers, immortal arts, Dermic treasures, and flying swords without moving. Escape. That was the only thought in the black-armored man's mind. Without hesitation, he turned and fled without even reminding the other cultivators. Bang! 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 The sound of flesh colliding behind him was shuddering. He could not help but turn back. On the battlefield behind him, an indiscernible purple figure galloped continuously. All the cultivators in front of the purple figure turned into blood mists without exception. They were all dead. The cultivators died before they could even scream. The black-armored man felt his legs go limp and he was scared out of his wits. Not daring to look further, he took a deep breath and fled for his life. As long as he could escape to the nearest spirit mine, he might be able to survive. There were many Earth Immortal experts guarding the spirit mine. An Earth Immortal expert could definitely kill this purple-robed cultivator. Before long, the sound of collision behind him disappeared and a faint blood stench wafted over with the breeze. The black-armored man did not dare to turn back. He was afraid that he would see that cold silver mask and those indifferent and deep eyes again. Chapter 2151. 2151 Spirit Mine Robbery. 2151 Spirit Mine Robbery. Foamed and was flustered. As a grade 9 black immortal of Yellow Sand Palace, he could be considered as a commander. He led his subordinates to guard this ascension sacrificial platform without any mistakes for tens of thousands of years. Cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds, regardless of race or what sort of living beings they were, would be suppressed by them and treated as slaves. Anyone who resisted would suffer the most cruel punishment and might even die on the spot. The upper world was not a paradise. It was even more so in this fiend domain that was filled with killing and blood. Countless corpses could be dug out from every single inch of land in the fiend domain. Every ascender was invincible in the lower worlds. However, in their eyes, they were as weak as ants and could be bullied at will. There had never been any changes throughout history. However, this time round, that natural order seemed to have been broken. Feng and could not imagine how anyone who had just ascended could possess such a terrifying body. In fact, the purple-robed cultivator did not even use any other methods. He merely charged forward with his body and no one could defend against him. All the divine powers, immortal arts, dermic treasures, and flying swords could not defend against that person's body. Feng and fled for his life, not daring to turn back. He had already pushed his essence spirit to its limits and released all the methods to raise his movement technique. Perhaps it was because he fled too quickly or because the purple-robed cultivator was wary. He did not encounter any danger when he escaped to the nearest Yellow Sand Palace essence spirit mine. Feng An's fear only eased slightly when he saw dozens of Earth Immortals of Yellow Sand Palace patrolling the vicinity of the essence spirit mine at the front. He mustered his courage and turned back. There was no one behind him. The purple-robed cultivator did not chase after him at all. He had been scaring himself the entire way. Feng En, what are you doing here instead of guarding the sacrificial platform? A grade 2 Earth Immortal asked with a frown when he saw him. Why are you running? Why are you so flustered? What happened? Why are you so scared? Kong Yi, the commander of the spirit mine, walked over slowly and asked in a deep voice when he noticed the fear in Feng An's eyes. At that moment, Feng An was fleeing for his life. Be it his essence spirit or essence chi, they were both depleted and he was drenched in sweat. His face was pale and he looked like he was still in shock. Greetings, Senior Brother Kong. Feng An gulped before replying. A purple-robed cultivator with a silver mask just ascended from the sacrificial platform. This person killed all my underlings the moment he ascended. Feng An recounted everything he saw in detail. The dozens of Earth Immortals frowned when they heard that. This sounded like a fantasy. How? Could a cultivator of the lower worlds, who had just descended, kill some high-level black immortals of Yellow Sand Palace? Everyone exchanged glances and sneered. Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you know what happens when you spout nonsense and deceive exalted immortals in our Yellow Sand Palace? A few earth immortals hollered with cold expressions. Feng waved it off hurriedly. Senior brothers, what I said is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. What's the cultivation realm of the person you're referring to? Kong asked indifferently. Feng hesitated for a moment. I couldn't detect his cultivation realm. Ha ha ha. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd. A mocking look flashed through Kong Yi's eyes as well. Feng, there's only two possibilities right now. Either you're spouting nonsense, or you've been struck by some illusion technique, and everything you saw was an illusion. Feng wanted to speak, but stopped. He wanted to explain, but did not know how to start. In fact, he had doubts in his heart. Could he have truly fallen into an illusion and been deceived? Right then, Kong suddenly asked, the person you mentioned earlier wore a purple robe and silver mask. That's right. Feng nodded instinctively. Thereafter, he noticed Kong looking into the distance with a strange expression. Feng turned around. That single glance almost scared him out of his wits. In midair far away, a purple-robed man strode through the void and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Senior Brother Kong, that's him. Feng shouted. It was the martial Tao prime body. After he ascended to the upper world, his first goal was to collect a large number of cultivation resources, such as essence spirit stones and essence condensation pills, to absorb and refine so that he could break through to the level 9 Fate Ring realm as soon as possible. When he heard that there was an essence spirit mine nearby, he was prepared to snatch it. Due to the unique bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body and the fact that he was hunted by King Yin previously, his identity was sensitive. After ascending to the upper world, he had too many reservations and was restricted. After the Green Lotus True Body entered the Essence Spirit Mine, he did not dare to make any major moves and merely cultivated secretly beneath the mine. This was a different situation from the Green Lotus True Body. Nobody knew the identity of the martial Tao prime body. Nobody knew who he was either. With the silver mask, the martial Tao prime body was completely fearless. He asked Feng what grade Yellow Sand Palace was so that he could judge what would happen if he snatched the Essence Spirit Mine. Yellow Sand Palace, a black grade faction. Typically, once one cultivated to the Heaven Immortal realm, they could establish a sect or faction at the black grade. Of course, the strength of every black grade sect or faction varied. For example, Astral Sect of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Sect Master Astral Rain was a grade 9 Heaven Immortal, and there were many Heaven Immortal experts in the sect. These were the top-tier black grade sections. If the sect master or leader of a faction was only a low-level Heaven Immortal, their strength would naturally be much weaker. In a massive place like the Fiend Domain, there were countless factions like Black Grade and Earth Grade sections. In the territory of the Fiend Domain, conflicts broke out between major sects and factions almost all the time as they fought for cultivation resources. There was no order here, and it was extremely chaotic. Some sects and factions might be destroyed within a few years after they were established. On the one hand, the martial Tao prime body was here to snatch the Essence Spirit Mine. On the other hand, he wanted to test the power of the level 8 Fate Ring realm. You were the one who killed our Yellow Sand Palace cultivators. Kong glared at the martial Tao prime body with a sharp expression and asked slowly, That's right. The martial Tao prime body did not stop. All right, you're honest too. Kong sneered and sent a voice transmission to the dozens of Earth immortals around him. Just as he was about to attack, he said, You sure are bold. Instead of escaping hurriedly after killing cultivators of Yellow Sand Palace, you even dare to come knocking. This essence, spirit mind, belongs to me now. The martial Tao prime body pointed at the essence, spirit mind, not far behind him and said indifferently, as though he was describing something that was only right, "What are you talking about? How arrogant! You must have a death wish." Many Earth Immortals of Yellow Sand Palace were enraged and attacked before Kong could give the order. Chapter 2152 2152 Essence, Spirit Mind Refinement. 2152 Essence, Spirit Mind Refinement. Although the dozens of Earth Immortals had different cultivation realms, they released greater divine powers the moment they attacked. Dermic treasures tore through the air one after another, turning into dense spots of light that descended like a downpour. The martial Tao prime body stood in midair with a deep gaze. He did not move at all, and a series of explosions sounded from his body, as though he had broken free from some chain. With every boom, the aura of the martial Tao prime body would increase. A purple halo would appear behind him. Pang! 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 In the blink of an eye, 6 purple halos appeared behind the martial Tao prime body. 6 fate rings appeared and shone with a mysterious glow. Every single fate ring contained the Tao and dermic arts of the martial Tao prime body and was extremely shocking. Under the illumination of the 6 fate rings, the martial Tao prime body was like a god. His body shone with a divine light and was filled with purple chi. His might was torrential and could not be blasphemed. Kong Yi and the others were shocked when they saw that. They had never seen the purple halos behind the martial Tao prime body before. This method and secret skill had already surpassed their imagination. Boom! 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 Instantly, many divine powers and dermic treasures descended and struck the martial Tao prime body like raging tides. The martial Tao prime body did not dodge or avoid, nor did he move. The 6 fate rings behind him trembled slightly and released purple halos, neutralizing all the attacks. The dozens of Earth Immortals were alarmed. Kong Yi's expression was terrible as well. Even if he was in the same position, he might not be able to escape unscathed from such a ferocious attack. However, the mysterious purple-robed man before him blocked everyone's attacks without moving at all. The difference was too great. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body closed slightly as he sensed the power of the Earth Immortal realm. With just this head-on clash, he had already roughly determined that the peak level 6 Fate Ring realm could take on a grade 5 Earth Immortal head-on in terms of strength. The peak of the level 7 Fate Ring realm would be able to suppress all Earth Immortal experts in terms of strength. After the martial Tao prime body did his calculations, he no longer wanted to get entangled with these Earth Immortals. Take my punch as well. The martial Tao prime body opened his eyes and said indifferently. He strode forward and punched forward from more than 100 feet away. That single punch caused the world to change. Even Kong Yi, who was the furthest away and had the highest cultivation realm, felt an unimaginable, terrifying aura sweep over after that punch, as though it wanted to drown him. That punch was way too terrifying. Without witnessing that punch personally, one would never be able to understand that feeling. It was as though no living being, divine power, secret skill, or divine weapon in this world could defend against that punch. A tragic aura surged over, and the dozens of Earth Immortals turned pale. They felt suffocated, and their bodies felt like they were about to explode. Escape! I can't defend against it. Many thoughts flashed through the minds of the dozens of Earth Immortals. They did not even have the courage to resist. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled. Instantly, the void before everyone seemed to be unable to withstand the power of that punch and caved in rapidly. The dozens of Earth Immortals who attacked earlier on suddenly felt a tremendous suction force. They could not control their bodies at all and flew towards the sunken void. Everyone wanted to dodge, but could not. Even Kong E, a grade 9 Earth immortal, approached the fist of the martial Tao Prime body with a horrified expression. It was as though everyone was charging towards his fist with all their might. Dozens of Earth immortals fell into the sunken void. Immediately after, the punch of the martial Tao Prime body descended. It was an apocalyptic power. Poof! There was a blood mist. Dozens of Earth immortals died with their essence spirits destroyed, without exception. I'll give it my all. Kong E roared and slapped his storage bag, summoning all his divine weapons and dermic treasures to throw towards the fist of the martial Tao Prime body. Crack! 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 All the divine weapons and dermic treasures shattered into dust. Kong Yi's eyes widened, and he stood motionlessly in midair. His expression was dark, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The martial Tao Prime body had an indifferent expression as he retracted his palm and walked towards the essence spirit mine. After he brushed past Kong E, the latter's body exploded without a corpse left. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao Prime body moved and collected the storage bags of Kong E and the others, putting away the essence spirit stones, major essence condensation pills, and other cultivation resources. As for those divine weapons and dermic treasures, he was not interested at all. Even the dermic treasures of heaven immortals might not be able to hurt his body, let alone the dermic treasures of earth immortals. The martial Tao cultivated the body, be it the 9 transformations of the martial Tao or the fate ring secret ground. They were both constantly tapping into the potential of his body. The martial Tao Prime body used his body as a furnace to nurture all sutras, smelt divine powers, and open up a secret ground. Even the green lotus true body could not compare to his body. There were also some divine powers and cultivation techniques in those storage bags. The martial Tao Prime body flipped through them casually and threw them away when he realized that they were not worth cultivating. He had smelted too many divine powers and read many ancient books in the Kunlun ruins of Tianhuang mainland. Later on, he roamed through 1 billion minor kiliocosms and read countless divine techniques in them. Although he had just ascended, his horizons were terrifying and far surpassed the earth immortals and heaven immortals of the upper world. The cultivation techniques of the lower worlds were mostly simple compared to the upper world. However, many divine powers were passed down into the lower worlds by chance. In Tianhuang mainland, there were the heaven and earth slaying sword arts. Right now, the most important thing for the martial Tao Prime body was cultivation resources. There were hundreds of thousands of essence spirit stones in the storage bags, far from enough for him to cultivate. The martial Tao Prime body entered the essence spirit mine directly. There were many ascenders underground who were still mining. Even if they heard the commotion above, they did not dare to go out and check. The martial Tao Prime body killed the guard beneath casually and said in a deep voice, "The owner of this essence spirit mine has changed. Everyone in the mine can leave now." Although the voice of the martial Tao Prime body was not loud, it spread to every corner of the essence spirit mine. Initially, many cultivators could not believe it. However, as time passed by, more and more cultivators walked out of the essence spirit mine and escaped from this place. In less than half a day, the essence spirit mine became empty, and the ascenders left cleanly, leaving only the martial Tao Prime body. The martial Tao Prime body looked at the surrounding mineral veins and assumed a lotus position, channeling his blood chi. The figure of the martial Tao Prime body became faintly visible, and a gigantic furnace appeared on the spot, for balls of flames burned around it, as though they had formed 4 fire dragons that coiled around the furnace. In the blink of an eye, the furnace turned red and burned furiously. Under normal circumstances, there were many gravel impurities in the essence spirit mine that had to be excavated bit by bit. However, that was nothing to the martial Tao Prime body. The martial Tao furnace was incomparably domineering and had a terrifying intent that could even refine a world. Right now, the reason why the martial Tao prime body activated the martial Tao furnace was because he wanted to smelt the entire essence spirit mine. All the impurities would naturally be refined by the furnace. As for the heaven and earth essence chi in the essence spirit stone, it would be absorbed by the martial Tao furnace. Chapter 2153. 2153 Battling Yellow Sand Palace. 2153 Battling Yellow Sand Palace. Yellow Sand Palace, a black grade faction. In the Fiend domain, there were countless sects and factions like that. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace was not human. This was originally a desert where an expert of the Fiend domain died. The blood of this expert from the Fiend domain tainted the desert. Although he died, his blood still possessed a tremendous power. Under the nourishment of the expert's blood, a ball of yellow sand spirit was born in the desert. The yellow sand spirit made use of the blood of this expert from the Fiend domain and the inheritance left behind to cultivate carefully bit by bit. Before long, it entered the Tao and eventually gained accomplishments. It condensed a human body and established Yellow Sand Palace. Yellow Sand Palace had been established for more than 100,000 years. In the Fiend domain, there were not many black-grade sects that were more than 100,000 years old. Many black-grade sects and factions would be annexed by other sects and factions before long. Yellow Sand Palace was located at the borders of the Fiend domain, and very few experts noticed it. That was the reason why it existed for so long. Up till this point of his cultivation, as the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace, the Yellow Sand Spirit Ball had already cultivated to the level 5 Heaven Essence realm. There was no living being in the area he ruled that could challenge his authority. Essence spirit mines were rare at such borders as well. There were only 3 essence spirit mines in the territory under his jurisdiction. This day, the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace was in seclusion and suddenly felt uneasy, as though something had happened. Why are there so few essence spirit stones during this period of time? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace appeared as a middle-aged man. He wore a yellow robe and his face was gaunt and yellow. His skin was rough and his eyes were extremely sharp. He asked with a frown as he walked out. Behind him were more than 10 followers who were all Earth immortals. When his followers heard his question, they had strange expressions that were filled with shock and fear. Some of the followers wanted to speak, but stopped. Why? Someone tampered with things in secret and even dared to steal essence spirit stones meant for my cultivation? The expression of the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace darkened as he asked coldly. A follower said hurriedly, "Palace Lord, you're truly sharp. Indeed, there are less essence spirit stones. However, it's not because anyone dares to steal your essence spirit stones. It's just that there's a problem with an essence spirit mine." What can happen to an essence spirit mine? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace pondered for a moment before his expression changed as he probed. Could an ancient living being have been dug out from the mine? It would be fine if it was a dead living being. If a living being that was alive was dug out, even he would have to choose to escape. Not really. A lackey said that essence spirit mine was occupied by a mysterious purple-robed man. No one knows his cultivation realm or is his match. An external cultivator. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace asked with a frown. The follower shook his head. "No, I heard that he's an ascender who killed Kong E and the others. After occupying the essence spirit mine, he even released all the ascenders in the mine." Ascender. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace felt slightly relieved. How strong could an ascender of the lower worlds be? However, why did this purple-robed man release all the other ascenders in the mine? When did this happen? The palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace asked. Almost 10 years. A follower said, Palace lord, you were in seclusion, so we did not dare to disturb you. A few protectors led cultivators there to retrieve the essence spirit mine. However, the follower paused for a moment and stole a glance at the expression of the palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace before saying, all of them died in the end. Humph. The expression of the palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace darkened as he said, slowly, Ascender? Let's see where this Ascender came from. How dare he act so arrogantly in my territory? Pass down the order. Get Protector Shui and Protector Gu to gather all the cultivators above the earth immortal realm in the palace. Regardless of whether they're in seclusion, gather and prepare to set off. The palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace waved his hand with a murderous aura. However, the dozens of followers stood on the spot motionlessly. The palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace swept his gaze. A follower said timidly, Palace lord, Protector Shui and Protector Gu are both dead. Inform the remaining protectors then. The palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace said sternly, there are 7 protectors in Yellow Sand Palace. Are they all dead? 5 of them died, and the remaining 2 were scared off. The follower said with difficulty. The palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace had a livid expression as he took a deep breath and declared, Cultivators of Yellow Sand Palace, listen up! Everyone, gather in front of the hall and follow me. Beneath the essence spirit mine. In more than 10 years, this essence spirit mine was mostly smelted by the martial Tao prime body. His methods were extremely domineering and were equivalent to forcefully absorbing the essence chi of an essence spirit mine to refine his foundation. Upon his departure, this essence spirit mine would essentially be useless. Even if someone continued digging, they would not be able to dig out many essence spirit stones. The speed of smelting an essence spirit mine in more than 10 years was rather terrifying. Even in the upper world, there was no cultivation technique that could reach such a cultivation speed and possess such a domineering absorption effect. Part of the reason why was because this essence spirit mine was not large. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body had cultivated 4 Tao fires. With the augmentation of the 4 Tao fires, the refinement speed of the martial Tao furnace was extremely shocking. Of course, the heaven and earth essence chi required for the martial Tao prime body to break through was extremely shocking as well. This small essence spirit mine alone was not enough. Suddenly, sensing something, the martial Tao prime body opened his eyes. It was as though 2 purple flames were burning in the depths of the dark essence spirit mine. It's finally here. The martial Tao prime body murmured softly and stood up slowly. Boom! There was a loud bang. The figure of the martial Tao prime body broke out of the ground. Due to more than 10 years of smelting, the essence spirit mine beneath his feet was empty and countless gravel shattered, collapsing with dust billowing. The palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace had just arrived with many cultivators. When he saw that, he was enraged. How dare you act so brazenly in the territory of Yellow Sand Palace? Die! Without hesitation, the palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace pointed at the martial Tao prime body, ordering coldly, kill him! This time round, Yellow Sand Palace sent more than 1,000 Earth Immortal experts with a massive might. There were even more than 10 Heaven Immortals. The palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace did not believe that so many people could not suppress an Ascender. The Heaven Immortals attacked at the same time. One after another, supreme divine powers tore through the air. 1,000 Earth Immortals attacked, and greater divine powers, dermic treasures, and secret skills blanketed the skies densely. The martial Tao prime body stood in midair with a cold silver mask on his face, as though he could be drowned at any moment against such an attack. However, purple halos condensed behind him one after another. 1, 2, 7, 8. 8 fate rings were released. All the divine powers, secret skills, and divine weapons descended and were repelled by the 8 fate rings behind the martial Tao prime body. The 8 fate rings condense the power of the martial Tao and contain the will of the martial Tao. They were intertwined with the dermic arts of the martial Tao and seemed eternal and unshakable. Chapter 2154. 2154 Level 9 Fate Ring Realm. 2154 Level 9 Fate Ring Realm. What is that? The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace and more than 10 Heaven Immortals and 1,000 Earth Immortals were shocked, with disbelief on their faces. The 8 purple halos stood behind the purple-robed man and were interweaved with countless mysterious and complicated runes, as though they could contain the secrets of the universe. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace had lived for 200,000 years, but he had never seen such methods. A supreme divine power. There were many supreme divine powers in the upper world. Although the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace did not cultivate many of them, he had heard of them. However, he had never seen such a divine power phenomenon. The dermic treasures summoned by the 1,000 Earth Immortal experts collided with the 8 purple halos and shattered, turning into scrap metal that scattered on the ground. Even cracks appeared on the dermic treasures of Heaven Immortal experts. The difference was too great. How can that be an ascender? This must be a top-tier expert from somewhere. The martial Tao prime body looked at the many fiend domain cultivators present. There was no expression on his cold silver mask, and 2 red lotus flowers were vaguely reflected in his deep eyes. The martial Tao prime body channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals repeatedly. Suddenly, many cultivators present turned incomparably hot as red flames burst forth from their bones, organs, flesh, and blood. There was no chance to dodge the flames that were born from within. Ah, ah, ah! A series of tragic cries sounded from the crowd. Scarlet flames burst forth from the bodies of the 1,000 Earth Immortal experts. The cultivators roared and flames spewed from their noses and mouths. In the blink of an eye, those Earth Immortal experts were engulfed by the scarlet flames and turned into gigantic human-shaped fireballs that turned into ashes before long. The ashes of those cultivators were a demonic blood-red color and fell to the ground, forming the shape of lotus flowers. The red lotus karmic fire specialized in burning karma. The heavier the negative karma on their bodies, the fiercer the karmic flames burned. Even supreme divine powers could not defend against the power of the karmic flames. How could the Earth Immortal experts present withstand it? In a few breaths, they were burned to ashes. The remaining Heaven Immortals, such as the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace, were not spared either. These Heaven Immortals merely relied on their cultivation realms and blood, chi, to defend for a moment. However, the pain of the karmic flames burning their bodies was unbearable. The karmic flames could not be suppressed with blood chi and divine powers alone. On the contrary, when some Heaven Immortals released their divine powers, the karmic flames intensified. The Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace was burned to his true form, and the yellow sand was scorching red. Every single gravel was crystalline like rubies. In midair, the Palace Lord of Yellow Sand Palace merely lasted for a dozen more breaths before the gravel shattered and his life force dissipated, dying on the spot. The cultivators of Yellow Sand Palace that arrived were completely annihilated. This also meant that Yellow Sand Palace was now removed from history. The martial Tao Prime body waved his sleeves and collected the storage bags of many cultivators present, gathering essence, spirit stones, and other items. Although his gains could not compare to the essence, spirit mine beneath his feet, they were still considerable. The martial Tao Prime body took out a map and swept his gaze across it. heading towards the other two essence spirit minds of Yellow Sand Palace. Before long, the Martial Tao Prime Body arrived at the second essence spirit mine. Almost all the experts of Yellow Sand Palace died in the previous battle. The ones guarding this essence spirit mine were only black immortal cultivators. With the death of the palace lord of Yellow Sand Palace, the remaining cultivators were merely a motley crowd. A casual attack from the Martial Tao Prime Body caused everyone to flee. After entering the essence spirit mine, the Martial Tao Prime Body released the ascenders beneath and cultivated in the depths of the essence spirit mine. He wanted to cultivate to the level 9 Fate Ring realm as soon as possible. According to his deduction, after entering the level 9 Fate Ring realm, he could sweep through the Heaven Essence realm and suppress all Heaven Immortal experts. Even if he encountered a perfected immortal, he might be able to escape unscathed. Right now, he would most likely be doomed if he encountered a perfected immortal. On the other hand, the Martial Tao Prime Body was in a hurry to raise his cultivation realm because the path beyond the Fate Ring realm was already gone. He had to cultivate to the peak of the Fate Ring realm as soon as possible before he could see the path ahead and continue to deduce the Martial Tao. The cultivation of the Martial Tao Prime Body was completely different from the cultivation dermic formulations of the Trichiliocosm. Nobody could guide his cultivation. He would have to rely on himself for every step from now on. 50 years. The Martial Tao Prime Body left the Essence Spirit Mine and headed for the third Essence Spirit Mine in Yellow Sand Palace. Thereafter, he continued cultivating in the depths of the third Essence Spirit Mine. Year 213. The Martial Tao Prime Body left, and the third Essence Spirit Mine was already refined into ruins with its essence chi depleted. The Martial Tao Prime Body was still at the level 8 Fate Ring realm. Although there were only 9 levels to the Fate Ring realm, there was an incredible chasm between each level, and the difference in strength between each Fate Ring was immense. The number of Essence Spirit Stones required for the Martial Tao Prime Body to break through was unimaginable. The number of Essence Spirit Stones required for thousands of Heaven Immortals to break through might not cause much of a reaction, even if he refined them all. The Martial Tao Prime Body continued advancing in the Fiend domain and compared it to the map. Before long, he chose another Black-Grade faction, 8 Limbs Mountain. The sect master of this Black-Grade faction was a 9-headed python. The Martial Tao Prime Body did the same and swept through the entire 8 Limbs Mountain, crushing the 9-headed python. He released all the Ascenders and occupied the 4 Essence Spirit Mines of 8 Limbs Mountain to continue cultivating. Year 333. The Martial Tao Prime Body refined all 4 Essence Spirit Mines and reappeared, overwhelming another Black-Grade faction, Evil Moon Temple. Year 471. Purple Star Temple was destroyed. Year 565. Malevolent Fiend Pavilion was destroyed. Year 689. Ecstasy Monastery was destroyed. Year 796. Extreme Frost Sect was destroyed. Year 815. Bloodsea Palace was destroyed. On the 991st year after the Martial Tao Prime Body ascended to the Fiend domain, he broke through in the Fate Ring realm and condensed his 9th Fate Ring. At the same time, in the territory of the Fiend domain, the appearance of the Martial Tao Prime Body caused a huge stir. In less than 1,000 years, Black-Grade factions were wiped out one after another. The Purple-Robed Man had a mysterious background and powerful methods. Instead of occupying a territory, he occupied all the Essence Spirit Mines and released the Ascenders of the lower worlds. This person would leave after cultivating and would not linger. It was said that the Purple-Robed Man was also someone who had ascended from the lower worlds. Almost all the Black-Grade sects and factions in the vicinity were in danger. Initially, there were often fights between these Black-Grade factions. However, because of the appearance of the purple-robed man, the black-grayed factions had a tacit understanding and quietened down to recuperate. Every sect and faction had many cultivators to track the purple-robed man and make preparations. At the borders of the fiend domain, things were secretly set into motion and killing intent was hidden. Countless eyes were watching the purple-robed man in secret. Everyone did not know much about the purple-robed man. The only thing they were certain of was that the power he displayed was not at the level of a perfected immortal. Chapter 2155. 2155 Familiar Aura. 2155 Familiar Aura. Scarlet Dark Valley was originally an ordinary black-grayed faction at the borders of the fiend domain. However, in the past 10,000 years, it rose rapidly in the vicinity. Some people said that the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley once obtained a huge opportunity. He entered an ancient ruin by mistake and obtained an ancient diagram. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and his combat strength increased exponentially, sweeping through all the Heaven Immortal experts in this territory. Later on, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley retreated and had not appeared for thousands of years. It was said that the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley was in seclusion cultivation and was prepared to break through. When he reappeared, he would advance to the perfected One realm and become a perfected fiend. In the upper world, cultivators of the black, earth, and heaven essence realms could be referred to as immortals no matter which dharmic Tao they cultivated. They were black, earth, and heaven immortals. It was said that the founder of this cultivation system was someone from the immortal Tao to begin with. Some people said that the great emperor who ruled over the previous era came from the immortal sections. As time passed by, some worlds began to have their own unique titles, such as Black and Earth Witches of the Witch World. The difference was negligible. It was the same for the heavenly world. In the fiend domain and pure land of bliss, the cultivators of the Black, Earth, and Heaven Essence realms retained their immortal sect traditions. However, once one condensed a Tao fruit and entered the perfected One realm, the way they were addressed would change. A perfected One cultivator of the fiend domain was known as a perfected fiend, and a perfected One cultivator of the pure land of bliss was known as an Arhat. If the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley were to condense a Tao fruit and become a perfected fiend, the level of Scarlet Dark Valley would rise as well and become an Earth-grade faction. At that time, all the sects and factions in the vicinity would have to bow down. For thousands of years, although the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley was in seclusion and did not appear, his reputation grew. It was because the only son of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley, Heaven Immortal Chile, had risen at a speed not inferior to the Valley Master, or even faster. In the territory of thousands of kilometers around Scarlet Dark Valley, Heaven Immortal Chi Li was already invincible when he was only at the level 8 Heaven Essence realm. It could be said that Heaven Immortal Chi Li was even stronger than the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley in the past. To everyone, Heaven Immortal Chi Li was younger than 100,000 years old and had unlimited potential. His future accomplishments would be even greater than the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley. This day, Scarlet Dark Valley Main Hall. Heaven Immortal Chi Li sat high in the middle with narrowed eyes that shone with a cold glint as he looked at the cultivators beneath him. There were dozens of people in the main hall, and they were all Heaven Immortals. Furthermore, the cultivation of these Heaven Immortals was not weak. The weakest were at least grade 7. Almost all the Heaven Immortals in the hall were the protectors of Scarlet Dark Valley. They had noble statuses in the valley and led many Earth Immortals and Black Immortals. On the left and right of Heaven Immortal Chi Li, there were 2 people sitting right beside him. Both of them were grade 9 Heaven Immortals. Tianze and Pai Feng were the main protectors of Scarlet Dark Valley. Young Master, I've just received news that the purple-robed man has appeared once more. From the looks of it, there's a high chance he'll pass by Scarlet Dark Valley. Young Master, Let me bring some men, and we'll definitely be able to kill this person. Below, a burly man stood up and shouted, Protector, who? You won't be able to defeat that person with your strength. A protector with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks sneered and mocked. Humph, if I can't, can you? Protector, who asked loudly with widened eyes. Naturally, I can't either. In my opinion, the few of us might not be a match for that person, even if we joined forces. That person's background is mysterious. I'm afraid only the young master can suppress him personally. The person said. When he heard that, Heaven Immortal Chi Li revealed an imperceptible smile, as though he was satisfied. Tianze, Pai Feng, what do you guys think? Heaven Immortal Chi Li looked at the two protectors on his left and right. Tianze said in a deep voice, Young master, for the past 1,000 years, this person has appeared every once in a while and has already destroyed close to 10 black-grade factions such as Yellow Sand Palace, Eight Limbs Mountain, Evil Moon Temple, Purple Star Temple, and Malevolent Fiend Pavilion. From what I know, those factions also had Heaven Immortal experts presiding over. However, they were all killed by this person. He's definitely hostile. Hostile. Heaven Immortal Chi Li harumphed coldly and said slowly, Such a person is not allowed in my territory. I want him dead. Tianze said, In my opinion, there's no need for us to fight him. Why don't we try and recruit him as our subordinate? Pai Feng nodded slightly. Young master, I agree with the left protector as well. Heaven Immortal Chi Li's expression turned cold as he asked, Why? Do you guys not have confidence in Scarlet Dark Valley or me? Can't I kill this person with my capabilities? I don't dare to say anything about the entire fiend domain, but in this land, I reign supreme against everyone beneath the perfected immortal realm. Your methods are naturally unparalleled, young master. Tianze and Pai Feng said hurriedly. Pausing for a moment, Tianze continued, However, that person is not weak and can be considered as a talent. If you can take him under your wing, it will increase your reputation. Yes, you do have a point. Heaven Immortal Chi Li murmured softly. Pai Feng said deeply, How about this? If that person comes, we'll give him a chance first. If he's tactful, you can take advantage of the situation and take him under his wing, young master. If he's tactless, we'll kill him on the spot. Sure, that's fine. Heaven Immortal Chi Li nodded slightly, very satisfied with that suggestion. 10 days later, the moment the martial Tao Prime body arrived at Scarlet Dark Valley, a group of cultivators welcomed him. The two people in the lead were the main protectors of Scarlet Dark Valley, Tianze and Pai Feng. The two protectors released their spirit consciousnesses and sized up the martial Tao Prime body carefully, but could not make out anything. Fellow Taoist, our young master invites you in. Tianze cupped his fists and said, Who is your young master? The martial Tao Prime body wore a cold mask and asked expressionlessly, Heaven Immortal Chi Li. Pai Feng said, Our young master has already prepared a banquet and is waiting for you to take your seat, fellow Taoist. The martial Tao Prime body was not interested in this young master or his banquet. His only goal was cultivation resources. He wanted to cultivate as soon as possible and deduce the martial Tao. Just as the martial Tao Prime body was about to reject, his expression changed and he narrowed his eyes slightly, looking into the depths of Scarlet Dark Valley. Over there, he sensed a familiar aura that he had not felt for a long time. An extremely intense hatred surged into the skies, hating the heavens and the earth and filled with negative emotions that were berserk. When Tianze saw the martial Tao Prime body looking into the distance, as though he was moved, he said, That's the main hall of Scarlet Dark Valley. The young master has been waiting for a long time. All right, I'll go take a look. The martial Tao Prime body clenched his fists instinctively and said indifferently. Tianze and Pai Feng thought that this was merely the martial Tao prime body's personality. Although they could hear the coldness in his tone, they did not take it seriously. Furthermore, everything would be under their control once he entered the main hall of Scarlet Dark Valley. Chapter 2156 2156 Battle Slave 2156 Battle Slave. Our young master heard about your recent achievements and admires you very much. Protector Tianze of Scarlet Dark Valley said, this time round, when he heard that you were about to pass by this place, the young master specially set up a banquet and even invited the sect masters of some sects and factions in the vicinity. When these important figures heard your name, they wanted to take a look as well. Although Tianze's words were flattering the martial Tao prime body on the surface, there were two layers of meaning in his words. First, the young master of Scarlet Dark Valley, Heaven Immortal Chile, was extremely prestigious in the nearby territory. Second, when he mentioned the presence of sect masters of some sects and factions, he was secretly exerting pressure on the martial Tao prime body. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body were deep, and he wore a cold silver mask. No one could tell if his expression changed. He did not reply when he heard Tianze's words. At the side, Pai Feng narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "May I know your name, fellow Taoist?" "Desolate Martial." The martial Tao prime body said. Pai Feng rolled his eyes and said in a seemingly casual manner, "There are some rumors outside that you ascended from the lower worlds. I don't believe such words. I'm from the lower worlds." The martial Tao prime body said indifferently, "I ascended less than 1,000 years ago." Tianze and Pai Feng exchanged glances. Both could see the doubt in the other's eyes. How could he destroy a group of sects and factions after ascending for 1,000 years? Everyone flew through the air and arrived at the main hall of Scarlet Dark Valley before long. The martial Tao prime body surveyed his surroundings. The familiar aura earlier on was in the vicinity. However, it had vanished, and he could not determine its exact location right away. In front of the hall, a black-haired, scarlet-robed man sat on a high seat. His eyes were long and narrow as he looked down at the martial Tao prime body with a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. If he was not wrong, this should be the young master of Scarlet Dark Valley, Heaven Immortal Chile. 2 rows of cultivators sat beneath Heaven Immortal Chi Li on both sides. The martial Tao prime body swept his spirit consciousness and could tell that the 2 rows of cultivators were top-tier Heaven Immortal experts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment the martial Tao prime body entered the hall, 2 rows of Heaven Immortal experts turned to look. Some of them had cold expressions, some of them were expressionless, and some of them did not conceal the hostility on their faces. Fufufu. Heaven Immortal Chi Li did not stand up and raised his head slightly. This must be the mysterious purple-robed man who has been famous for the past 1,000 years, right? Tianze stood out and said in a deep voice, "Young master, this is him. His name is Desolate Martial." Desolate Martial. Heaven Immortal Chi Li smirked. "That title is rather ordinary." Instantly, laughter broke out on both sides of the hall. Tianze pointed to the top Heaven Immortal experts in 2 rows and introduced, "This is the palace lord of Peerless Palace. This is the pavilion master of Immortal Slaying Pavilion. This is the stronghold lord of Heaven Azura Stronghold. And this is the sect master of Wind Fire Sect." Naturally, their titles were resounding, such as Immortal Slaying and Peerless. Tianze introduced the Heaven Immortal experts the entire way, but none of them stood up. They merely looked at the martial Tao prime body coldly. The martial Tao prime body did not seem to have heard Tianze's introduction and did not move at all. His eyes were half closed as he searched for the source of that hatred. Piak, unable to hold it in any longer, the pavilion lord of Immortal Slaying Pavilion slammed the table and stood up, harumphing coldly. Desolate Marshal, how arrogant! Why aren't you removing your mask after coming to Scarlet Dark Valley? Let's see your true appearance. Exactly. The Stronghold, Lord of Heaven Azura Stronghold, sneered. How should we know where you came from if you're hiding the entire time? Cowardly rat! The sect masters present were all from black-grade factions in this territory and had long heard of the methods of the Marshal Dao Prime Body. If not for the fact that they were in Scarlet Dark Valley, they would not have dared to speak to the Marshal Dao Prime Body in such a manner. Everyone, there's no need to be angry. Heaven Immortal Chi, Li pretended to be magnanimous and waved it off. Extraordinary people naturally have a strange way of doing things. Since this fellow Taoist insists on wearing his mask, he can have it on. Desolate Marshal, aren't you going to thank our young master? Tianze stood behind the Marshal Dao Prime Body and narrowed his eyes. When the Marshal Dao Prime Body entered the hall, he did not bow to anyone or even say anything. Everyone was already displeased. Although Heaven Immortal Chi, Li did not say it explicitly. His eyes were already filled with killing intent. Suddenly, the Marshal Dao Prime Body stomped his feet and asked, "What's beneath this hall?" He could vaguely sense that the source of the hatred should be beneath the hall. Beneath this is the most outstanding battle slave I've ever reared. At the mention of that, Heaven Immortal Chi, Li was a little smug. He looked at the sect masters on the 2 rows in the hall and asked with a smile, "I wonder if any of the people you guys brought this time round can defeat my battle slave. Fellow Taoist Chili, I found a moon-devouring heavenly wolf this time round. Although its bloodline is impure, it's extremely ferocious and can compete against your battle slave." As he said that, the Pavilion Lord of Immortals Slaying Pavilion waved his sleeves and threw out a gigantic cage. Within was a gigantic wolf that was 100 feet tall with short silver fur. The gigantic wolf's cultivation was at the level 9 Black Essence realm. It bared its fangs and had a ferocious gaze. The fur on its body shone with a strange silver glow, and its eyes vaguely reflected 2 round moons that were incomparably demonic. It was said that this lineage of the wolf race could devour the full moon in the firmaments. Heaven Immortal Chi Li burst into laughter. Good, good, good. The moon-devouring heavenly wolf doesn't look weak. I wonder how many slashes it can take from my battle slave. Come on out. Heaven Immortal Chi Li waved his palm, and the ground in the middle of the hall suddenly cracked. A skinny figure wrapped in chains rushed out from the ground with a pitch-black saber in his right hand, filled with torrential hatred. That person's hair was disheveled, and he was covered in injuries. Many of the wounds on his body had yet to form scabs, and some of his flesh had already rotted. Kill! The moment the figure arrived in the hall, he charged towards Heaven Immortal Chi Li with bloodshot eyes. Humph! However, before he even took a few steps, Heaven Immortal Chi Li sneered and his spirit consciousness moved. Tiny spikes popped out from the chains on the person's body and pierced into his body like thorns. Instantly, blood flowed from that person's body. Even the person's kneecap was pierced by the thorns. As though he could not feel any pain, he did not make a single sound. His body trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. However, he still glared at Heaven Immortal Chi Li fiercely, wanting nothing more than to skin the latter alive. At the side, the Pavilion Lord of Immortal Slaying Pavilion chuckled. Fellow Taoist Chili, you've captured this battle slave for many years. To think that you've yet to subdue him. Even now he wants to kill his master. It's fine. I'll torture those who are disobedient bit by bit. Heaven Immortal Chi, Li said with a smile, this is the outcome of anyone who dares to disobey me in my territory. As he said that, Heaven Immortal Chi, Li turned to look at the Marshal Dao Prime Body. His words were meant for the Marshal Dao Prime Body. However, the Marshal Dao Prime Body did not seem to have heard anything, and merely looked at the battle slave who was covered in injuries, not far away with a shuddering killing intent. Chapter 2157. 2157. Can you even withstand my punch? 2157. Can you even withstand my punch? The martial Tao Prime body did not conceal his killing intent at all, and the entire hall was filled with a murderous aura instantly. The sect masters of the various sects and factions stood up one after another and looked at the martial Tao Prime body coldly with wary expressions. This was Scarlet Dark Valley. The top experts of the Heaven Essence realm were all gathered here with Heaven Immortal Chi Li presiding over the situation. Everyone believed that even if the martial Tao Prime body had extraordinary methods, he would not be able to cause much trouble. Do you know who he is? The gaze of the martial Tao Prime body landed on Heaven Immortal Chi Li as he pointed at the figure trapped by the thorn chains not far away and asked slowly. Due to the cover of the silver mask, the voice of the martial Tao Prime body changed. However, the silver mask could not conceal the cold, killing intent in that voice. Heaven Immortal Chi Li had a fearless expression as he sneered. Him? He's just an ant that ascended from the lower worlds. Right now, he's only my slave, and his life and death depends on a single thought of mine. Is that so? The martial Tao Prime body said. He came from the same world as me. When they heard that, everyone in the hall had different expressions. The blood vessels in the figure's eyes seemed to have faded, and he no longer struggled. However, he could not react for a moment and looked lost. The palace lord of Peerless Palace sneered. In that case, the rumors are true. Indeed, you're from the lower worlds. No matter how strong you are, you're destined to be a lowlife. The sect master of Wind Fire Sect raised his brow slightly and said mockingly, Why? You want to intervene and save this battle slave? Ha ha ha. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. Heaven Immortal Chi Li looked down with a proud expression and said slowly, Desolate Marshal, let me tell you, if you don't submit to me today, don't even think about leaving alive. Desolate Marshal. When he heard that, the figure shuddered and spun around, looking at the martial Tao Prime body in disbelief. However, through the silver mask, he could not see the appearance of the martial Tao Prime body and could not confirm it right away. Brother Yen, it's me. The martial Tao Prime body nodded at him. The cultivator wrapped in thorns was the Azura of Tianhuang mainland, Yen Beichin. Su Zimo's 2 true bodies had ascended. After thousands of years, he finally met an old friend from Tianhuang mainland who was in the same generation as him. Ever since the Green Lotus true body ascended, he had encountered countless dangers in the divine firmament immortal domain, and every step was treacherous. Relying on many trump cards and encounters, including the protection of seniors of Tianhuang mainland, the Green Lotus true body gradually rose and eventually joined Heaven and Earth Academy, escaping from danger for the time being. The environment of the upper world was way too vile. Even for the Green Lotus true body, the situation was so difficult after his ascension, let alone the others. Although it was extremely rare for the Azura to cultivate to the level 9 Black Essence realm, his physical and mental condition was extremely poor, and he was tortured beyond recognition. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao Prime body had long scanned the Azura's body. The Azura's essence spirit was severely injured and filled with cracks. The reason why he could still struggle and release his combat strength was because his body was driven by an innate hatred. The hatred was so strong that it even covered the injuries on his essence spirit and suppressed the negative effects of his essence spirit injuries on his body. The Hatred Sutra was indeed a top-tier dermic formulation. Most cultivation techniques of the lower worlds relied on the environment of the lower world, spirit chi, dermic powers, or bloodline. Therefore, most cultivation techniques became useless after ascending to the upper world. However, the Hatred Sutra was different. The foundation of cultivating the Hatred Sutra was the hatred in one's heart. Be it in the lower or upper worlds, be it with spirit chi or heaven and earth essence chi, the hatred in one's heart would always exist. With hatred, one could cultivate the Hatred Sutra. That was also the reason why the Asura was able to cultivate to the level 9 black essence realm despite the lack of cultivation resources and being imprisoned. Of course, the Hatred Sutra had its drawbacks as well. The intense hatred could suppress the injuries on the Asura's body for the time being. However, as time passed, the injuries in his body accumulated and turned more serious. He would definitely collapse eventually. Yen Beichin panted slightly, and every single breath he took emitted a strong blood stench. Although he could not see the appearance of the martial Tao Prime body and there was a difference in his voice, he knew in his heart who the purple-robed man before him was. There was only a single person in Tianhuang mainland who would address him as such. You. Yen Beichin looked at the martial Tao Prime body. The initial excitement in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he revealed a worried expression. After he ascended, he was imprisoned here. He knew very well how strong, terrifying, and powerful the enemies he was facing were. They were completely unstoppable. Su Zimo had only ascended 2,000 years earlier than him. How could he have grown to the point where he was comparable to these experts? Escape on your own. Yen Beichin said softly, "Without my permission, no one can dream of leaving today." "Heaven immortal Chi," Li said coldly and waved his palm. With a bang, the heavy door of the hall closed rapidly. Every single tile in the hall was made from rare metal ores. Once the door to the hall was closed, it was almost equivalent to a prison. Even heaven immortals would have difficulty breaking through it with brute force. That's right. The martial Tao Prime body nodded and murmured softly, "Without my permission, no one can dream of leaving today." He seemed to be repeating heaven immortal Chi, Li's words. However, everyone in the hall suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat and shuddered, as though a calamity was about to descend. Before that thought was finished, the martial Tao Prime body suddenly attacked. He strode forward and arrived before heaven immortal Chi Li instantly, punching. There were no unnecessary movements. It was just a normal punch. However, that punch contained the will of the martial Tao and interweaved all the Tao and dermic arts of the martial Tao Prime body. It was unshakable and indestructible. Heaven immortal Chi, Li's expression changed starkly. The contempt and arrogance in his eyes vanished instantly. Under the envelopment of that punch, all his past pride, glory, and confidence were crushed instantly. He could sense a strong aura of death. Astral swap. Heaven immortal Chi Li roared and channeled his essence spirit to its limits, releasing a supreme divine power. He did not dare to take the martial Tao Prime body head-on and could only circulate astral swap, wanting to shift the power released by that punch elsewhere. The power of divine power spread. Under the effect of astral swap, a terrifying power was spun to the side by heaven immortal Chi Li and descended on the palace, Lord of Peerless Palace. Bang! The palace Lord of Peerless Palace, a grade 9 heaven immortal, had just summoned his dermic treasure when he was turned into a blood mist by the punch before he could react. His essence spirit was destroyed on the spot without the chance to use blood rebirth. Heaven immortal Chi Li seized the opportunity to retreat dozens of feet. Suddenly, his figure paused and trembled slightly with endless fear in his eyes. Right in front of everyone, the body of heaven immortal Chi Li exploded as well. Broken limbs flew everywhere and fresh blood splattered on the ground. You overestimate yourself. The martial Tao Prime body sneered. Can you even withstand my punch? Although astral swap neutralized most of the punch from the martial Tao Prime body, the martial Tao will and dermic arts contained in that punch still struck Heaven Immortal Chi, Li, and ruptured his body. Chapter 2158, 2158, Six Paths of Reincarnation. 2158, Six Paths of Reincarnation. Everyone in the hall of Scarlet Dark Valley was shocked. In everyone's hearts, Heaven Immortal Chi, Li was already the number one Heaven Immortal of this radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and no one was his match. But now, Heaven Immortal Chi, Li could not even withstand a single punch from Desolate Marshall. There were dozens of Heaven Immortal experts in the hall. Although everyone could not see through the cultivation realm of the Marshall Tao Prime body, they could sense the aura and power released by his attack. The power of that punch had not reached the level of a perfected immortal and was still at the Heaven Immortal realm. However, that single punch killed 2 Grade 9 Heaven Immortals. The Palace Lord of Peerless Palace was implicated for no reason. Before he could attack, his essence spirit was destroyed because of Heaven Immortal Chi Li's astral swap. How could anyone defend against such power? Everyone, let's attack together. No matter how strong that person is, he won't be able to defend against our combined attacks. Right then, a divine light burst forth from the blood mist of Heaven Immortal Chi Li and escaped to the end of the hall. It was his essence spirit. The essence spirit wore an essence spirit armor. However, the essence spirit armor was filled with cracks and was completely crippled. It was an essence spirit dermic treasure. If not for that dermic treasure, he would have died earlier on. Heaven Immortal Chi Li regenerated his body and roared with a menacing expression. Everyone in the hall was invigorated when they saw Heaven Immortal Chi Li use blood rebirth. Initially, they wanted to retreat. Now, they were eager and murderous. Kill. As the main protectors of Scarlet Hell Valley, Tianze and Pai Feng stood out right away and hollered. Each of them summoned a flying sword and stabbed it towards the Marshall Tao Prime body. At the same time, the two of them joined forces and changed their hand seals. Hell Tao, Hungry Ghost Tao, Beast Tao. Azura Tao, Human Tao, Heavenly Tao. Instantly, the two of them released 3 divine powers each and fused rapidly in midair, gradually forming a gigantic reincarnation cycle. Condense 6 paths of reincarnation. Tianze and Pai Feng were telepathic and shouted at the same time. 6 paths of reincarnation was a supreme, divine power. Furthermore, it was the most ferocious killing method among supreme divine powers and could be ranked in the top 10. In the upper world, there was even a legend that the 6 paths of reincarnation was originally a peerless divine power. However, throughout history, almost no one could break through the core dermic Tao of that divine power. As time passed by, 6 paths of reincarnation was gradually relegated into a supreme divine power. Even so, that supreme divine power was definitely not something that ordinary Heaven Immortal experts could comprehend and release. Tianze and Pai Feng were both Grade 9 Heaven Immortals. However, neither of them could release the complete 6 paths of reincarnation alone. Comprehending 6 different obscurities was only one facet of things. More importantly, if the essence spirit was not condensed and strong enough, when 6 paths of reincarnation was released, the essence spirit would be pulled in by the 6 paths and enter reincarnation. A supreme divine power that can possibly kill the caster before anyone else is killed, who would dare release it casually. Therefore, the two of them took another path and comprehended 3 of them, respectively. When they synthesized with one another, 6 paths of reincarnation could be released. Although it sounded simple, the two of them had practiced this move for countless years and had failed countless times. If anything went wrong, it would be difficult for the 6 paths to synthesize and form the cycle of reincarnation. This was their greatest trump card. When 6 paths of reincarnation was released, even Heaven Immortal Chi Li had to avoid it. The expressions of many Heaven Immortal experts in the hall changed starkly, and they did not dare to approach at all, afraid that their essence spirits would be sucked in by the six paths and enter reincarnation. The eyes of the martial Tao, prime body, were deep. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the gigantic wheel in midair. "You must have a death wish." When he saw that, heaven immortal Qi, Li's eyes lit up. Tianze and Pai Feng were delighted as well. If the body fell into six paths of reincarnation, it would definitely be minced by the cycle of reincarnation. The essence spirit would also enter the cycle of reincarnation and die. The only way to defend against six paths of reincarnation was to use a supreme divine power of the same level to take it head-on. Otherwise, he had to avoid it. If he wanted to defend against six paths of reincarnation with his body or other methods, that would be equivalent to committing suicide. Everyone in the hall could almost see the martial Tao, prime body's essence, spirit, being destroyed the next moment. Phew! After the martial Tao prime body fell into six paths of reincarnation, the joy on everyone's faces gradually froze and was replaced by shock, surprise, and fear. The martial Tao prime body stood in midair motionlessly, and his black hair danced. Six paths of reincarnation circled around him and gradually stopped. It could not even injure a single hair of the martial Tao prime body, let alone destroy his body. Not only that, the intrusion of the martial Tao prime body caused six paths of reincarnation to show signs of collapse. How dare you embarrass yourself with such methods? The martial Tao prime body sneered. His existence was a variable to begin with. He was beyond the three realms and five elements. He did not belong in the cycle of reincarnation at all. Although the power of six paths of reincarnation was strong, it could not hurt him at all. I'll let you guys witness what the true six paths of reincarnation is. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up and his body shuddered. His blood qi surged and dispersed the surrounding gigantic wheel. Immediately after, he conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands and released six divine powers rapidly, gathering in midair to form another gigantic wheel. Pissed, the crowd was shocked. He released the complete six paths of reincarnation on his own. The difference between him and Tianze and Pai Feng was obvious. Furthermore, although Tianze and Pai Feng could join forces to condense six paths of reincarnation, there were more or less flaws in that supreme divine power. However, the martial Tao prime body's six paths of reincarnation had no flaws. Although it was still a supreme divine power, the might of this six paths of reincarnation was much stronger than the one Tianze and Pai Feng had just released. The martial Tao prime body had once smelted countless divine powers and secret skills in the Kunlun ruins of Tianhuang mainland. It was naturally understandable that he could release six paths of reincarnation. However, the martial Tao technique focused on cultivating oneself. Therefore, the martial Tao prime body rarely used those divine powers and secret skills in battle. Boom! Boom! The moment the previous six paths of reincarnation collapsed, an even more terrifying six paths of reincarnation appeared in midair. Although the martial Tao prime body was free from the cycle of reincarnation, the same could not be said for the many cultivators present. The first to be struck were Tianze and Pai Feng. The two protectors of Scarlet Dark Valley were engulfed by six paths of reincarnation before they could even withstand a single breath. Their bodies were shattered and their essence spirits were destroyed. 8 heaven immortal experts in the vicinity hurriedly released their supreme divine powers, wanting to fight. However, those supreme divine powers dissipated the moment they made contact with six paths of reincarnation. The 8 heaven immortal experts were not spared either and were dragged into reincarnation. Against the suppression of six paths of reincarnation, their dermic treasures and weapons shattered into dust. Firmament slash, moon striking comet, finger yellow springs, Boom! 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 The remaining heaven immortal experts in the hall released supreme, divine powers one after another, creating raging tides like dark clouds that blanketed the city. In midair, divine light shone and soared chi streaked everywhere with a chilling intent. Dermic treasures tore through the air one after another and weaved into a dense net that descended from the skies, enveloping the martial Tao prime body and 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 2159 2159 Arrival of the Perfected Fiend. 2159 Arrival of the Perfected Fiend. Although 6 paths of reincarnation were strong, it could not defend against the combined attack of many supreme divine powers. In the blink of an eye, the cycle of reincarnation shattered. Many supreme divine powers and dermic treasures descended as well. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body intensified and 9 purple halos burst forth from his back, interweaving with mysterious runes to condense the martial Tao technique. 9 fate rings. It was as though shackles had been broken from the body of the martial Tao prime body, and his strength rose continuously. When the dermic treasures and divine powers descended, they were sent flying by the 9 fate rings behind the martial Tao prime body and were destroyed. Roar. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body opened his mouth and roared. The moment the voice sounded, fluctuations visible to the naked eye appeared in the void and surged in all directions like water ripples. It was as though there was a dragon's roar, a phoenix's cry, a crane's cry, a horse's neigh, a wolf's howl, an ape's cry, a tiger's roar, a dog's bark. Instantly, as though living beings of the 10,000 races possessed the martial Tao prime body, they held into the skies at the same time, letting out a deafening roar. This was a sound domain technique created by the martial Tao prime body after smelting many sound domain secret skills. It was called the myriad beings sound. Millions of living beings released sound domain secret skills at the same time. The ripple spread and swept past the many heaven immortal experts in midair. Everyone swept by the ripples stiffened. Initially, the hall was filled with commotion. In the blink of an eye, it turned silent. Many heaven immortal experts froze in midair, motionlessly. It was as though time had stopped and space had frozen. The next moment, those figures exploded into blood mists that blossomed in midair like blood-colored fireworks. The Pavilion Lord of Immortal Slaying Pavilion, the Sect Master of Windfire Sect, and everyone else, their bodies and spirit were destroyed by the myriad being sound. Under the protection of the martial Tao prime body, the Azura was not affected at all. However, everyone in the hall suffered immense losses. Cultivators further away were severely injured as well and fell from midair. Heaven Immortal Chi Li had just released blood rebirth to reconstruct his body when his body shattered once more against the sound domain secret skill. A blood mist filled the hall and tragic cries sounded repeatedly. The Heaven Immortal experts, who were lucky to survive, only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. However, the door to the hall was tightly shut and it was difficult for them to break through with their severely injured bodies. On the other side, Heaven Immortal Chi, Li's body was shattered consecutively, and he had expended a lot of blood chi. Although he reconstructed his body quickly, his face was pale and his body was weak. He did not have much combat strength left. Although everyone was cultivators of the fiend domain and had killed countless people since they started cultivating, they were scared out of their wits by the martial Tao prime body. In the eyes of everyone, the person with the silver mask and purple robe was the true fiend. Father. Right then, Heaven Immortal Chi Li crushed a messenger talisman from his storage bag and roared, "If you don't come out of seclusion, your child and Scarlet Dark Valley will be destroyed." The moment he said that, an extremely domineering energy fluctuation came from outside the hall and a tremendous might envelop down. That pressure had far surpassed the power of a heaven immortal. When Heaven Immortal Chi and the others sensed that aura, they were invigorated and hope reignited in their eyes. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley has come out of seclusion. From that aura, he should have already condensed a Tao fruit and become a perfected fiend. Ha ha ha, we're fine now. Desolate Marshal. You'll definitely die today with the birth of a perfected fiend. The remaining Heaven Immortal experts were excited and the fear from earlier on vanished. Heaven Immortal Chi Li straightened his body as well and glared at the martial Tao Prime body, coldly. Gritting his teeth, he said frostily, "Desolate Marshal, my father has already come out of seclusion. I'll tame you into a battle slave and command you for the rest of my life." Perfected fiend. The Azura shuddered. Although his cultivation realm was not high, he knew the difference between the perfected One realm and the Heaven Essence realm. It was an insurmountable chasm. Be it the Black Earth or Heaven Essence realms, all their methods still circulated Heaven and Earth Essence Chi. After entering the perfected One realm and absorbing Heaven and Earth Essence Chi would be baptized by the Tao fruit and circulate out, forming true essence that was even more condensed. Essence Chi was incorporeal, while true essence was corporeal. This was a complete change in quality. Once one condensed true essence, it could transform into many divine weapons and dermic treasure armors. A single stream of true essence power was enough to destroy supreme divine powers. Therefore, experts of the perfected One realm, be it perfected immortals or perfected fiends, rarely released divine powers unless they were extremely powerful supreme or peerless divine powers. Can you do it? The Azura looked at the martial Tao Prime body with a worried expression. The power released by the martial Tao Prime body had far surpassed his imagination. However, he might not be able to defend against a perfected fiend. Your 9 fate rings might not be a match for the power of a perfected fiend. The voice of Heavenly Wolf sounded in the mind of the martial Tao Prime body. In my opinion, it's better to retreat first. Given your movement technique, even if you have to bring someone along, this perfected fiend might not be able to catch up to you, and you'll have a chance to escape. All these years, Heavenly Wolf had been imprisoned by the martial Tao Prime body and naturally knew a little about the Fate Ring realm. Furthermore, Heavenly Wolf came from the upper world to begin with and was naturally sharp. Who dares to act so brazenly in Scarlet Dark Valley? A howl sounded. Initially, it was far away. However, by the time the final word was said, it had already arrived above the hall. A perfected fiend. The martial Tao Prime body looked up with a divine glint in his eyes, eager to give it a shot. The Tao he cultivated was different from the dermic formulations of the trichiliocosm. Therefore, he wanted to test how strong the so-called perfected One realm, true essence, and perfected fiend were. The martial Tao Prime body was confident. Even if he was defeated in a fight, he could escape unscathed with the Azura. Splash! The dome of the hall shattered, and a figure with a violent aura descended rapidly. A terrifying essence, spirit, secret skill, charged towards the martial Tao Prime body. The martial Tao Prime body frowned. He had not expected that the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley would activate his essence, spirit, secret skill instead of using true essence the moment he came out of seclusion. From a certain perspective, this was indeed a foolproof and most lethal method. The power of the essence spirit at the perfected One realm far surpassed the Heaven Essence realm. The power of an essence spirit secret skill would increase countless times after it was released through the Tao fruit. Even the number 1 Heaven Immortal of the entire fiend domain and heavenly world might not be able to defend against the essence spirit secret skill of a perfected fiend, let alone a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley released a killing move the moment he attacked, not giving the martial Tao Prime body any chance to resist. The martial Tao Prime body hesitated. A fight between essence spirits was way too dangerous. Although his martial spirit was condensed and might be able to defend against the attack of the essence spirit secret skill, it might not be completely unharmed. Once his martial spirit was damaged, all his methods and strength would be greatly reduced. Chapter 2160 2160 Mask 2160 Mask. Let me return to my mask. Right then, Heavenly Wolf's voice suddenly sounded in the mind of the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body had long planted a seal on Heavenly Wolf's spirit consciousness. If he died, Heavenly Wolf's spirit consciousness would die as well. He was not worried that Heavenly Wolf would dare to try anything funny under such circumstances. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao Prime Body moved and sent Heavenly Wolf's spirit consciousness into the silver mask. Immediately after, the martial Tao Prime Body suddenly felt a strange energy, fluctuation from the silver mask on his face with a cold intent. The silver mask seemed to have transformed into a lake, and a menacing ghost face, shrouded in black chi, was vaguely reflected on it in a terrifying manner. All the cultivators in the hall who saw that face were scared out of their wits. The ghost face seemed to possess a powerful demonic power that could stir the fear in the depths of everyone's hearts and make them shudder. Even the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley, who had already condensed his Tao fruit and became a perfected fiend, felt his heart skip a beat. When he saw that face, his mind was in chaos, as though countless mental demons were growing wildly and dancing. The Tao fruit that he had just condensed trembled slightly and showed signs of collapse. At the same time, his essence spirit secret skill descended. The martial Tao Prime Body had just channeled the martial spirit fire and was about to take it head-on when the essence spirit secret skill of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley struck the silver mask first. A perfected fiend essence spirit secret skill was so powerful that it could kill any heaven immortal expert. However, when the essence spirit secret skill struck the silver mask, it created ripples on it like a rock entering the ocean before vanishing. The martial Tao Prime Body did not sense any impact on his essence spirit. Of course, the terrifying face on the silver mask vanished as well. The martial Tao Prime Body narrowed his eyes slightly. This silver mask came from the upper world and fell together with the hell suppression tripod. It was naturally a treasure to be able to withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, he had not expected the silver mask to be so powerful that it could defend against the essence spirit attack of a perfected fiend expert. Although Heavenly Wolf had no choice but to submit under his suppression, it clearly had many secrets. If he had the chance, he would make Heavenly Wolf spit out all those secrets. Everything else aside, the cultivation techniques and secret skills in Heavenly Wolf's memories were extremely useful to the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body put that thought aside for the time being in the face of a great enemy. In midair, when the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley saw that the ghost face on the silver mask seemed to have vanished, he shrugged his head and took a deep breath to compose himself. Although he had entered the Perfected One realm and condensed a Tao fruit, his cultivation realm had not stabilized completely because of the cry for help of heaven immortal Chili. If he took a few more glances at the ghost face, there was a high chance that the Tao fruit in his consciousness would collapse on the spot. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley realized that the silver mask was definitely an utmost treasure. Notwithstanding the fact that the mask could defend against his essence spirit secret skill, the ghost face that appeared earlier on must have a powerful background. Kill. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley's killing intent surged, and his blood chi surged. Circulating to its limits, his entire body was like a gigantic black hole that absorbed heaven and earth essence chi wildly. The perfected fiend circulated his cultivation technique and absorbed essence chi with a terrifying might, as though he was devouring a whale. A tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi entered his body through the top of his head and surged into the Tao fruit. Through the baptism and refinement of the Tao fruit, it was transformed into true essence and released, flowing through his limbs and 8 meridians. The entire process was completed in an instant. The next moment, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley moved. Between his hands, pitch-black true essence surged like ink and rapidly formed a gigantic saber that slashed towards the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body had a fearless expression, and his eyes lit up. His blood chi rumbled, and the purple glow of the 9 fate rings behind him intensified as he strode forward and punched. He truly doesn't know what's good for him. To think that he would fight against true essence with his body. Ha 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 ha. This ignorant, desolate marshal is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the eyes of heaven, immortal Chi Li and the others, although the aura of the martial Tao Prime Body was not disadvantaged, his actions were like striking a stone with an egg. Boom! The fist and saber collided with a deafening bang. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes in shock. Immediately after, a purple and black halo of power burst forth from the collision point of the fist and saber and spread in all directions like a tsunami. Against the impact of such a terrifying power, the entire hall could not withstand it at all and shattered, causing countless boulders to roll down and dust to fly. In just a single exchange, the hall of Scarlet Dark Valley was reduced to ruins. Heaven, immortal Chi Li, and the others shook off the dust on their bodies and looked over hurriedly. In midair, the martial Tao Prime Body and the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley were still in the posture of their fists and sabers colliding motionlessly, as though they were frozen in midair. There was still a domineering power surging around the two of them, forming an invisible barrier. Dust and gravel could not enter at all. Both of them were spotlessly clean. Pissed. Heaven immortal Chi Li and the others grit their teeth and gasped. This desolate marshal that appeared out of nowhere could defend against the power of a perfected fiend. You can't defend against it. Right then, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley roared. In his consciousness, the Tao fruit fiend chi coiled and a halo shone behind his head. His aura surged, and the fiend saber condensed from the true essence in his hands intensified. The martial Tao Prime Body shuddered, and cracks appeared on the 9 fate rings behind him. They were on the brink of collapse. Thud! 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 The martial Tao Prime Body retreated continuously. Each time he retreated, a lotus flower would appear beneath his feet. The supreme divine power, lotus with every step. As the martial Tao Prime Body retreated, he made use of lotus with every step to transform the power that surged into his body into lotus flowers beneath his feet. When released, he was completely unharmed. The power of the 9 fate rings was still slightly inferior compared to the true essence of a perfected fiend. In reality, the ordinary level 9 fate ring realm could only fight against grade 9 heaven immortals. However, the martial Tao Prime Body was the ancestor of the martial Tao and was a variable to begin with. Using his body as a furnace, he refined countless divine powers, secret skills, and ancient sutras. Coupled with the martial spirit fire, dragon phoenix flame, tribulation fire, and red lotus karmic fire that were tempered day and night, this body was even more terrifying than the green lotus true body. That was the reason why the martial Tao Prime Body could defend against the attack of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley and retreat unscathed. To think that you would be able to defend against my slash and not die. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley glared at the martial Tao Prime Body and said slowly with a cold tone, "Let's see how many more slashes you can withstand." Before his sentence was finished, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley channeled his true essence once more. The pitch-black true essence circled around the fiend saber, causing its power to intensify, and it charged towards the martial Tao Prime Body with a torrential ferocity. Chapter 2161. 2161 Peerless Divine Power. 2161 Peerless Divine Power. Against the attack of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley, the gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body intensified. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and his blood chi surged, channeling to its limits instantly. Immediately after, the figure of the martial Tao Prime Body vanished. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley could not help but be stunned when his attack came to nothing. He released his spirit consciousness right away and surveyed his surroundings warily. What sort of methods were those? Illusion technique, invisibility, teleportation. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley could not make a judgment right away. If it was teleportation, the martial Tao Prime Body should have reappeared. However, he could not see any traces of the martial Tao Prime Body at all. The strange thing was that he could sense that the martial Tao Prime Body was still here. It was as though the martial Tao Prime Body came from all directions and was ubiquitous and omnipresent. He could not identify the latter's exact location. "Come out if you have the guts. Don't hide." The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley hollered with a sharp gaze. He gripped the fiend saber condensed from true essence with both hands and did not dare to relax. "Since you've slashed me, test out my bloodline phenomenon as well." The voice of the martial Tao Prime Body sounded erratically, as though it came from every corner and was beside the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley. He was not the only one. The remaining people in the hall, including Heaven Immortal Chi Li and the others, were bewildered as well. They widened their eyes and looked around, wanting to find the source of the sound. "It's so hot." Right then, a Heaven Immortal expert felt his body heat up, and the surrounding temperature seemed to be rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already unbearable for him. That person was already drenched in sweat. The other Heaven Immortal experts were flushed red and sweating as well. One of them could not withstand it and sped outside. However, he did not walk far before he collided against a gigantic, tough, and scorching iron board and fell from midair. "Ah!" The person let out a tragic cry. His body was burned to a pulp and green smoke billowed. That tragic cry attracted everyone's attention. The next moment, everyone's expressions changed. Around them, a red curved iron wall that connected heaven and earth appeared faintly. It was like a gigantic furnace that accommodated everyone in Scarlet Dark Valley. The bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao Prime Body, Heaven and Earth Furnace. Cultivating the martial Tao was mainly to cultivate one's body and bloodline. One had to constantly tap into their potential and release that power. In other words, this bloodline phenomenon was the strongest technique of the martial Tao Prime Body, and his strength was at its peak. Before he ascended, the martial Tao Prime Body gradually perfected this bloodline phenomenon. Using his body as the foundation, he viewed his body as the universe and replaced heaven and earth with the furnace of his body. Creation was the process, yin and yang with a charcoal, and all living beings were bronze. Coupled with the martial spirit fire, tribulation fire, dragon phoenix flame, and the red lotus karmic fire, the heaven and earth furnace was produced. The bloodline phenomenon was augmented by 4 flames and was extremely powerful. This was only one facet of it. The dermic Tao contained within was mysterious and profound. Its boldness was unprecedented. Apart from the Azura, who was safe and sound under the protection of the martial Tao Prime Body, the other Heaven Immortal experts present could not defend against it. Flames burst forth from their bodies, and within a few breaths, their essence spirits and bodies were burned to ashes. Heaven Immortal Chi Li died as well. "I'm a perfected fiend. You think you can kill me with a mere bloodline phenomenon." The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley hollered with a menacing expression. He absorbed heaven and earth essence chi wildly and transformed it into pitch-black true essence that surrounded his body like ink, blocking the ubiquitous and omnipresent flames in the furnace. But soon, his gaze changed and his face turned pale. To the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley's horror, the true essence circulating in his body had already begun to evaporate under the heat of the heaven and earth furnace. Pissed, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley was shocked. Even true essence could not defend against that power. How was that possible? Unless peerless divine power. The fear in the eyes of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley turned into shock as he shrieked. Apart from him, Heavenly Wolf's voice sounded from the silver mask at almost the same time and said the same words. Back in Tianhuang mainland, when the martial Tao prime body attacked God's mainland, he released the heaven and earth furnace once. However, because they were in the lower worlds at that time, its full power was far from released. This bloodline phenomenon was not perfected either. But now that the martial Tao prime body channeled it with all his might without holding back, the terrifying might released shocked Heavenly Wolf. The heaven and earth furnace was a bloodline phenomenon. However, in Heavenly Wolf's judgment, this bloodline phenomenon was already comparable to a peerless divine power. Although Heavenly Wolf submitted to the martial Tao prime body, in the depths of his heart, it held some contempt towards its master. It had two masters and would naturally compare them. Although the martial Tao prime body was strong, he was still way too inferior compared to its previous master. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body established the martial Tao. It was almost impossible for him to open up this unprecedented path. Nobody could give him any guidance or help. For other living cultivators, the path ahead was clear. As for the martial Tao prime body, his future was bleak and every step was treacherous. A wrong step could lead to death in a bottomless abyss. However, Heavenly Wolf had not expected that the bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body could release such power that was comparable to a peerless divine power. More importantly, this was the bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body himself. It was not imparted by anyone and was completely derived from his own cultivation. Throughout history, there had only been slightly more than 10 peerless divine powers recorded in words, and they were extremely rare. Anyone who comprehended any of them could be invincible among their peers. Although supreme divine powers were strong, they no longer posed much of a threat to perfected immortals and perfected fiends. However, the power of a peerless divine power was enough to kill perfected immortals and perfected fiends. The power of a supreme divine power released by a heaven immortal was definitely not a threat to the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley. As for the heaven and earth furnace, it was already melting his true essence. Only the power of a peerless divine power could reach that level. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley widened his eyes and shouted in all directions. You're only at the heaven immortal realm. How can you comprehend a peerless divine power? This was completely beyond his understanding. Not many perfected immortals and perfected fiends throughout history could comprehend peerless divine powers, let alone heaven immortals. A peerless divine power was a killing tool against the perfected one realm. Ah! The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley roared hysterically as though he had gone mad, but there was no response. There were only raging flames around him. The temperature of the heaven and earth furnace was still rising. The pitch-black true essence around him evaporated continuously. When it dried up, his flesh could not defend against the power of the heaven and earth furnace either. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley had just entered the perfected one realm, and his cultivation realm had yet to stabilize completely. Earlier on, the Tao fruit showed signs of collapsing after a single glance from the ghost mask. Now, under the refinement of the heaven and earth furnace, his Tao fruit finally could not hold on any longer, and cracks appeared. It was on the brink of collapse. Heaven and earth will be the furnace, and creation will be the process. Yin and yang will be charcoal, and all living beings will be bronze. The voice of the martial Tao prime body sounded slowly from the heaven and earth furnace. Against that voice, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley's Tao heart collapsed, and he could no longer hold on. His body burned with raging flames, and in the blink of an eye it was blazing. Before long, the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley was reduced to ashes. Chapter 2162. 2162 Black, Incomplete Diagram. 2162 Black, Incomplete Diagram. Many cultivators were gathered outside the Scarlet Dark Valley as they looked at the gigantic furnace in the distance with shocked expressions. By the looks of it, even the Valley Master is doomed. That purple-robed man from the lower worlds is way too terrifying. Even though the Valley Master has already become a perfected fiend, he was still killed mercilessly. I reckon that this person might be the reincarnation of a perfected immortal or perfected fiend. Most of the cultivators in the valley had long dispersed, and the remaining people still had a sliver of hope, waiting for the final outcome. If the Valley Master dies, where can we go from now on? The Palace Lord of Peerless Palace, Pavilion Lord of Immortal Slaying Pavilion, Sect Master of Windfire Sect, and the others are most likely dead as well. These sects and factions might not be able to hold out in the future. I wonder if that purple-robed man will establish any faction. If he does so, submitting to him will be a way out for us. In the hearts of those cultivators, there was no loyalty or sense of belonging. They would submit to whoever was stronger. It was the same everywhere in the fiend domain. Unlike the nine-firmament immortal domain where the immortal emperors reigned supreme and many immortal kings ruled over a territory in an orderly manner. In the fiend domain, there were frequent wars and all sorts of killing and fighting were happening at all times. Without the protection of an expert, one might be killed the next moment. As time passed by, the gigantic furnace in the world gradually dissipated and the figure of the martial Tao prime body reappeared, descending slowly. The original hull of Scarlet Dark Valley beneath his feet had already turned into ruins. At the place where the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley died, a black ball the size of a goose egg floated in midair and was filled with cracks. The crack emitted a faint glow with a thin black fog surrounding it. That was the Tao fruit of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley. The Tao fruit was condensed from the combination of the black, earth, and heaven essence. It was the crystallization of a lifetime of dermic Tao and was incomparably tough and indestructible. Of course, that was only the saying of the immortal and fiend sections. In the pure land of bliss, Buddhist cultivators referred to them as relics. In Tianhuang mainland, there was a legend that after some accomplished monks died and underwent nirvana, their corpses would rot and their flesh would dry up. However, there would be a crystal the size of a goose egg left behind. Actually, the so-called Tao attainment referred to entering the perfected one realm and becoming an arhat. That was the equivalence of the perfected immortals of the immortal sects and perfected fiends of the fiend sections. The tough crystal left behind was the Tao fruit, also known as the relics of the Buddhist sects. Although the flesh and corpse of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley was refined by the heaven and earth furnace, the Tao fruit was preserved. The martial Tao prime body held the Tao fruit in his palm and sensed it carefully. Not only did that Tao fruit contain rich true essence, it also condensed the dermic Tao of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley and was of some use to him. Of course, this Tao fruit was clearly much inferior to the Tao fruit of King Yin Yu's clone. Ever since the martial Tao prime body ascended to the fiend domain, he had overwhelmed many factions and snatched their essence, spirit minds to refine. He had also collected many cultivation techniques of the upper world. Most of those cultivation techniques and secret skills were ordinary and were not worthy of his attention. However, he was no longer unfamiliar with the perfected One Realm. The perfected One Realm was divided into 4 levels: Convergence, Celestial Being, Hollow Nether, and Paradise Void. Convergence had 2 meanings. The first was the convergence of the black, earth, and heaven essences into true essence. Second, it referred to the Tao and Dharmic arts of the past that were condensed and synthesized to become the final Tao fruit. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley had just entered the perfected One Realm, and he could only be considered as a convergence, perfected fiend. As for King Yun Yu's clone that died in Daiyu's hands, he was at least Hollow Nether, and might even be a perfected immortal of the Paradise Void Realm. Heavenly Wolf had once told the martial Tao Prime Body that if he wanted to be reborn in the upper world, he had to cultivate to level 3 of the perfected One Realm, the Hollow Nether Realm. Hollow Nether, Hollow Nether. The martial Tao Prime Body murmured softly, and a realization flashed through his mind. Nether must be related to the netherworld. However, what's the meaning of hollow? Suddenly, the expression of the martial Tao Prime Body changed as he looked at a pile of ashes not far away. He frowned slightly with a strange expression. That was the corpse and flesh of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley after he was burned. Under the refinement of the heaven and earth furnace, his storage bag had already turned into ashes, and the essence spirit stones within were burned and refined. However, there seemed to be a black paper on the ashes that was as thin as cicada wings lying there quietly. The martial Tao Prime Body walked forward and picked up the black paper to study it. The black paper was extremely ancient and seemed to be a beast hide of some living being. It was incomplete, and the gap at the edge seemed to have been forcefully torn apart by an external force. It was an incomplete diagram. Even the divine weapons and Dharmic treasures in the storage bag of the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley were refined into scorching lava by the heaven and earth furnace. However, the incomplete diagram was preserved intact. Furthermore, the person who could tear this diagram back then was definitely far stronger than the martial Tao Prime Body. There seemed to be a figure drawn on the incomplete diagram. However, the diagram was incomplete, and only half of the figure's body could be seen. The figure seemed to be wearing pitch-black armor, and the weapon in his hands was incomplete. It was unknown if it was an iron rod or spear. The martial Tao Prime Body merely glanced at the incomplete diagram and suddenly felt his mind and gaze being pulled by an invisible force, sinking into it. All the strokes on the incomplete diagram seemed to have fallen off, forming mysterious runes that surged into the mind of the martial Tao Prime Body. The next moment, killing and destructive emotions surged in the depths of the martial Tao Prime Body's heart. He stood on the spot motionlessly as the surrounding heaven and earth essence, Qi, surged towards his body, continuously. Even without activating his essence spirit, he was like a gigantic vortex, absorbing heaven and earth essence Qi wildly. Strange black patterns appeared on the face and skin of the martial Tao Prime Body in a mysterious manner. Black fiend Qi began to swirl around his body as well. His eyes were pitch black and filled with a demonic glint. He seemed to have fallen into a berserk and uncontrollable state with a murderous aura. The martial Tao Prime Body wore a silver mask, and his back was facing the Azura. The latter could not see the abnormality on his face either. However, the Azura could still sense that something was amiss with the state of the martial Tao Prime Body. Just as he was about to speak, the martial Tao Prime Body shuddered and suddenly closed his eyes. The fiend Qi around him gradually dissipated. The black glint in his eyes faded as well. However, the mysterious black patterns on his body did not disappear. They were like imprints etched on his skin and created a strong suction to the surrounding heaven and earth essence Qi. The martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat and his blood Qi surged. The flames of the martial Tao furnace burned and washed away the black patterns on his body before long. Interesting. The martial Tao prime body smirked and murmured. Gripping his palm, he closed the incomplete diagram and put it away in his storage bag without taking another look. Chapter 2163. 2163. End of the road. 2163. End of the road. Before the martial Tao prime body came to the Scarlet Dark Valley, he had heard that the Valley Master of the Scarlet Dark Valley had once entered an ancient ruin and obtained a treasure. That was the reason why his cultivation increased exponentially, and he rose rapidly in this territory. If he was not wrong, the so-called treasure should be this black, incomplete diagram. If one were to stare at the incomplete diagram, it would be extremely easy for them to be immersed in it and be affected by the violent, murderous, and destructive emotions within. The martial Tao prime body was caught off guard and almost fell into it. Once one's mind was affected, the incomplete diagram would release a strange power that would cause mysterious, pitch-black, demonic patterns to appear on the viewer's body. The pitch-black dermic patterns possessed an extremely strong and berserk absorption power towards heaven and earth essence chi. With the augmentation of that power, his cultivation speed would definitely increase exponentially. That was also the reason why the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley's cultivation could advance in a short period of time. In fact, he eventually advanced to the perfected One realm and condensed a Tao fruit to become a perfected fiend. Although the black, incomplete diagram depicted a figure, it was almost certain that it recorded a top-tier fiend technique. That fiend technique could even affect the martial Tao prime body. Sensing something unusual, the martial Tao prime body broke free before long. Even the remaining pitch-black dermic patterns on his body were washed away by his blood chi. The martial Tao prime body used the martial Tao furnace to nurture 100 sutras and smelt cultivation techniques. However, he would not truly be restricted by those sutras. His foundation was the martial Tao. The purpose of smelting the cultivation techniques was to peer into the secrets of heaven and earth from them and create his own Tao and dermic arts. The martial Tao prime body would browse through many sutras, cultivation techniques, and even attempt to cultivate them. However, he would not fall into them or leave any marks on his body. If he wanted to create a dermic formulation that was different from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos, he could only succeed if he broke free from the influence of the three dermic Taos. The current combat strength of the martial Tao prime body was far stronger than the green lotus true body. However, his cultivation realm had already reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult for him to break through. If he wanted to advance further, he had to create the next dermic Tao. In front of him was darkness, a bottomless abyss. He had to create his Tao before he could continue forward. However, it was different for the green lotus true body. Although the cultivation realm of the green lotus true body could not compare to the martial Tao prime body, his future was clear. After the heaven immortal realm was the perfected One realm. After the perfected One realm was the grotto heaven realm. After the grotto heaven realm was the emperor realm. The path of cultivation was like a towering mountain. There were already ancestors who had paved stone steps in front of the green lotus true body with blood and corpses. All he had to do was ascend. As for the martial Tao prime body, he had to rely on his own strength to carve out stone steps on the mountain peak before ascending. In comparison, it was easier for the green lotus true body to reach the peak. Do you recognize this incomplete diagram? The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body moved, and he asked the voice transmission. Heavenly Wolf came from the upper world and knew the hell suppression tripod as well as many ancient secrets. He had the highest chance of knowing the origin of the incomplete diagram. No, Heavenly Wolf said. However, this incomplete diagram is quite old and might even precede me. There should be an extremely powerful fiend technique recorded on it. This was the same as what the martial Tao prime body had judged. The fiend technique on the black incomplete diagram could absorb heaven and earth essence qi wildly and was extremely domineering. However, no matter what, it could not compare to the terror of the martial Tao furnace. The martial Tao furnace could refine an entire essence, spirit mind directly. Of course, the black incomplete diagram was still of great help to him. If the prime body wanted to take another step forward in the martial Tao, he would have to read a large number of cultivation techniques and sutras. The higher the quality and the stronger the cultivation technique, the greater the benefits it would provide for him after being smelted by the martial Tao furnace. Back in the Tao inheritance ground, Su Zimo obtained many inheritances and accumulated a large amount of experience. After 5,000 years of consolidation, he finally established the Tao for all living beings and imparted martial arts to the world. Cough, cough! Right then, a heavy cough sounded from the side, interrupting the thoughts of the martial Tao prime body. Although Yen Beichen broke free, he had suffered too much torture over the years and could only hold out till now because of the hatred in his heart. Now that he was out of danger, his heart relaxed and his hatred faded slightly. The injuries in his body exploded completely. Yen Beichen's face was pale as he coughed out a few mouthfuls of black blood. The life force in his body was extremely weak and he was at the end of his road. In Yen Beichen's consciousness, his essence spirit was filled with cracks and dimmed. If this continued, Yen Beichen would die before long. The martial Tao prime body looked at Yen Beichen and frowned. Although he was strong in combat and had extraordinary methods, he was helpless against Yen Beichen's injuries. There had never been any elixirs in his storage bag as he did not need them. Furthermore, no elixirs could save Yen Beichen right now. Even the 7 glow immortal ginseng could only heal the Azura's body, but not his essence spirit. Be it in the upper or lower worlds, elixirs that could heal the essence spirit were way too rare. However, Yen Beichen's injuries were way too serious. Brother Yen, the martial Tao prime body, called softly with a heavy heart. Fu! As though he could already predict his outcome. Yen Beichen faked a relaxed smile. Zimo, you don't have to worry. It's fine if I die. I can head down to the netherworld and pay Pianran a visit. The martial Tao prime body sighed internally. Qin Pianran's death was a huge blow to Yen Beichen. All these years, if not for the fact that he was thinking about searching for that illusory netherworld and the mysterious 6 paths of reincarnation, he would not have been able to ascend and would have long committed suicide in Tianhuang mainland. However, the martial Tao prime body learned from Heavenly Wolf that if one did not cultivate to the hollow nether realm, even if they died and entered the netherworld, Yen Beichen would not be able to find Qin Pianran. If their cultivation realms were not high enough and they entered the 6 paths of reincarnation, their memories of their previous lives would definitely be erased and they would be reborn. The fate between the two of them had already been severed. Whether or not Yen Beichen lived or died, nothing could change. Ooh, ooh! Right then, the cry of a little beast could be heard not far away. Right on the heels of that, a white figure darted over at an extremely fast speed. Arriving at Yen Beichen's feet, it spun continuously and whimpered. It was a white sable that was as long as an arm. Its fur was snow white without any impurities. The white sable's pitch-black eyes shone with tears of worry. It's you. Yen Beichen looked at the white sable and wanted to bend down to caress its cheek. However, his injuries were aggravated as he knelt on the ground and could not help but laugh bitterly. I encountered this white sable after ascending. It's quite sentient. Yen Beichen murmured softly, to think that you haven't left after I fell into trouble. After a brief pause, Yen Beichen said, Unfortunately, I'm going to leave first this time round. Ooh, ooh. The white sable whined softly as though it was crying, causing one's heart to ache. Master, I might have a way to save him, Right then, Heavenly Wolf's voice sounded in the consciousness of the martial Tao Prime Body from the Silver Mask. Chapter 2164. 2164 Origin of Heavenly Wolf. 2164 Origin of Heavenly Wolf. Speak. The martial Tao Prime Body said. Heavenly Wolf said, I know a cultivation technique that's very suitable for this person to cultivate. Oh! The martial Tao Prime Body narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Brother Yan's injuries can recover after cultivating this cultivation technique? Even his essence spirit injuries? He had smelted countless cultivation techniques and divine powers, but he had never heard of such a mystical cultivation technique. Although the black incomplete diagram earlier on had a mysterious origin and the fiend technique on it was extremely powerful, it could not save Yen Beichen. Heavenly Wolf said, if he cultivates this cultivation technique, the Azura's injuries will definitely recover. However, his essence spirit's injuries can't be healed. This cultivation technique can only suppress the injuries on his essence spirit temporarily and ensure his survival. You mean to say that after cultivating this cultivation technique, there's still a chance for Brother Yan's essence spirit injuries to exacerbate? The martial Tao Prime Body asked with a frown. Heavenly Wolf said, indeed, the hidden ailment of the essence spirit will still exist. However, at the very least, we can preserve his life for now and make plans in the future. At that point, Heavenly Wolf paused slightly. The martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. Sensing that abnormality, he said coldly, You did not finish. Heavenly Wolf hesitated for a moment and stammered, This cultivation technique is incomplete. I only know half of it. The tone of the martial Tao Prime Body changed, and his eyes revealed a sinister glint. Sensing the intentions of the martial Tao Prime Body, Heavenly Wolf's heart skipped a beat, afraid that the latter would summon for more balls of flames to torture him. Heavenly Wolf explained hurriedly, I truly only know half of it. Back then, my master only imparted half of it to me. The martial Tao Prime Body remained silent. The more silent he was, the more flustered Heavenly Wolf became. He continued, This is the fiend technique, the fiend obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra, created by my master back then. It's divided into 2 sections and is comparable to the taboo mystic classics. It's extremely powerful, but the half I know is only the fiend obsession section. The Azura's heart is filled with torrential hatred, and hatred is a type of obsession. Even if his body is at the end of its road, he can still cultivate the fiend obsession section. The stronger the obsession in one's heart, the stronger the power of this fiend technique. The martial Tao Prime Body was in deep thought. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Demonist Ji once told him that obsession made one a fiend. The foundation of this fiend technique was obsession. The Hatred Sutra was strong, and its foundation was hatred. Hatred was merely a form of obsession. From that perspective, the fiend obsession section was indeed much more brilliant than the Hatred Sutra. As Heavenly Wolf had said, Yen Beichen had the Hatred Sutra as his foundation, and his heart was filled with hatred. The fiend obsession section was the most suitable and easiest for him to cultivate. However, even after cultivating the fiend obsession section, Yen Beichen's essence spirit still had a fatal hidden ailment that could explode in the future. Who was your master back then? Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body asked. Heavenly Wolf only submitted to the martial Tao Prime Body when the latter was about to ascend. Therefore, although the martial Tao Prime Body imprisoned him for thousands of years, the two of them had not interacted much. At the mention of his master back then, Heavenly Wolf was silent for a long time before saying slowly, My master back then was the greatest emperor in the heavenly world in history, Bo Sun. He was indeed an emperor. The martial Tao Prime Body had previously speculated about that. Emperor Bo Sun's talent was shocking, and he's well versed in the dharmic formulations of the Buddhist and Fiend Taoist. He created the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra and cultivated the three corpses technique, forming 3 clones: Buddha body, 7 emotions body, and 6 desires body. All of them were at the Grotto Heaven realm, and their combat strength was heaven-defying. He refined one of the clones that controlled the 6 desires and forged it into an emperor weapon, the Ji-Do Saber. It contains the power of the 6 desires, and only negative karma can incinerate the 6 desires and wield the Ji-Do Saber. He refined another clone that controlled the 7 emotions and created another emperor weapon, the Mara Mask. It contains the power of the 7 emotions, and only obsession can sever them. When he heard that, the martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat, as though he thought of something but did not say anything. At the mention of Emperor Bo-Sun, Heavenly Wolf's tone carried a deep pride as he continued. Emperor Bo-Sun severed his 7 emotions and 6 desires and refined them into 2 emperor weapons. His combat strength increased exponentially, and he dominated the Fiend domain unparalleled. Before long, he unified the Fiend domain and became the #1 Fiend Emperor of the Fiend domain. Thereafter, Emperor Bo-Sun's 3rd clone, the Buddha body, entered the Emperor realm. His main body fused with the Buddha body, and he was an unprecedented fusion of Fiend and Buddha. Not only was he the Fiend Emperor of the Fiend domain, he was also the Buddha Emperor of the Pure Land of Bliss. He was only a half step away from becoming a great emperor. Heavenly Wolf did not conceal his voice. At the side, Yen Bei-Chin and the White Sable were shocked. The martial Tao Prime Body nodded as well. The 2 dharmic Taoists of Buddha and Fiend were completely different. The fact that both his Fiend and Buddha bodies could advance to the Emperor realm was beyond his imagination and was enough to shock history. The Fiend and Buddha bodies could even fuse as one. Talent, fortune, boldness, opportunity, and determination were all required. Fiends were Buddhas and Buddhas were fiends. After unifying the Fiend domain, Emperor Bo-Sun conquered the Pure Land of Bliss and wanted to unify the Fiend domain and Pure Land of Bliss. In the end, he even unified the entire heavenly world and became the master of it. Suddenly, Heavenly Wolf paused. After a moment of silence, he said dejectedly, "Unfortunately, he still failed in the end and was buried in the Pure Land of Bliss." The Emperor weapon refined by Emperor Bo-Sun, the Mara Mask. "Is this silver mask on my face, right?" Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body asked. "Yes." Heavenly Wolf laughed bitterly. "I'm just a puny weapon spirit in the Mara Mask. I was lucky to survive and was severely injured, landing in the lower worlds. You're not a mere weapon spirit." The martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently, "You were once the 7 emotions clone of Emperor Bo-Sun." The 7 emotions clone was originally a Grotto Heaven king. The reason why Emperor Bo-Sun refined the 7 emotions clone and created the Mara Mask to become an emperor weapon was actually to help you advance to the emperor realm in another form. Heavenly Wolf was silent and did not refute. He hid this matter and did not say it explicitly, to think that it would be seen through by the martial Tao Prime Body. In my previous life, I was indeed the 7 emotions clone. Heavenly Wolf said frankly, "However, you're wrong about something else. Back then, I was severely injured and died with the 6 desires clone because of a huge battle. That was the reason why Emperor Bo-Sun refined my body into the Mara Mask. My shattered essence spirit was refined into the weapon spirit of this emperor weapon, allowing me to be reborn. Although the 7 emotions clone and Emperor Bo-Sun came from the same origin, they were completely different. Bo-Sun had a Buddhist and fiendish nature, severing all emotions and desires. Be it the 7 emotions or 6 desires clones, their thoughts were completely different from Bo-Sun's. For example, the Green Lotus True Body and the martial Tao Prime Body had the same thoughts. Both true bodies were Su Zimo and Desolate Marshall as one. Later on, the Seven Emotions clone was refined into the Mara mask, and the dead essence spirit was reborn in the form of a weapon spirit, the current Heavenly Wolf. After his rebirth, Heavenly Wolf was given a completely new life and could no longer be considered as the Seven Emotions clone. That was the reason why he addressed Emperor Bo Sun as his master. Chapter 2165 2165 Path to the Netherworld. 2165 Path to the Netherworld. The Martial Tao Prime Body was well versed in Buddhism and was no stranger to the term Bosun. That name had been mentioned many times in the ancient books of the Buddhist monasteries. Ancient fiend Bosun was the oldest, strongest, and most terrifying fiend in the Buddhist monasteries. He existed in the same generation as the Buddha. Legend has it that when the Buddha was born, Bosun descended as well, living together with Buddha. It was said that back when Buddha was comprehending the Tao beneath the Bodhi tree, Bosun led 8 billion fiend cultivators to obstruct Buddha's cultivation, and a war between Buddhas and fiends broke out. This was an extremely ancient war that happened countless eras ago, even in the upper world. Perhaps it was when the upper world first opened up and all living beings reproduced and lived savagely. No one knew about the situation of this battle. However, the outcome was that Buddha attained the Tao and Bosun suffered a crushing defeat. Previously, he was still confused when he saw that record in Tianhuang mainland. Now that he thought about it, there was a high chance that the Buddhist and fiend battle back then was a fight between two peak emperors. Eventually, Buddha became a great emperor and Bosun was defeated. If Buddha was the supreme ancient Buddha of the Buddhist monasteries, Bosun was the utmost of the oldest fiends. The fact that Heavenly Wolf's master dared to call himself Bosun and share the same name as the oldest fiend emperor was proof of how ambitious and bold he was. Unfortunately, this emperor who was only a half step away from becoming a great emperor failed and died in the pure land of bliss. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered in silence and recalled what Heavenly Wolf had said. Heavenly Wolf was the weapon spirit of the Mara mask. As for the Mara mask, it was created by the Seven Emotions clone. Only obsession could sever the seven emotions. That was the reason why Heavenly Wolf understood the fiend obsession section created by Emperor Bosun. It was all for the sake of controlling the Mara mask. Everything made sense now. Back in Tianhuang mainland, the martial Tao Prime Body had already sensed that Heavenly Wolf had a powerful background. The silver mask was one of the reasons. More importantly, Heavenly Wolf was extremely stubborn and only submitted after being burned and imprisoned by his four flames for thousands of years. Now that he thought about it, it was understandable. In his previous life, he was the Seven Emotions clone of Emperor Bosun, a fiend king. Even though he was reborn as a weapon spirit later on, he was also an emperor weapon. It was only natural that he had pride and was unwilling to submit to others. Compared to his previous master, the martial Tao Prime Body was indeed way too different. Brother Yen, you heard it too. Since things have come to this, you can only survive after cultivating the fiend obsession section. When the martial Tao Prime Body knew the origin of the fiend obsession section, he was relieved and persuaded Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen remained silent. The aura of death shrouded him and he was despondent. In the depths of his heart, he no longer had any desire to survive. The martial Tao Prime Body sighed internally and said in a deep voice, Heavenly Wolf told me that there's indeed a netherworld in the upper world. You're not the only one. I want to head to the netherworld to take a look as well and settle one of my worries. He was still thinking about Ji Yaoshue. For real? Yen Beichen's eyes lit up and he seemed to have gained some strength. He struggled to stand up and asked, If there's truly a netherworld in the upper world, where is it? How can I head to it? Fufu. In the Mara mask, Heavenly Wolf suddenly scoffed. The martial Tao Prime body knew that there was definitely something going on and hurriedly sent a message with his spirit consciousness to shut Heavenly Wolf up. Pausing for a moment, he attempted to explain. I don't know either. No matter what, as long as we're alive, there will always be a chance. That's right, true. Yen Beichin nodded with a glint in his eyes as he said to himself. Not everyone can enter a place like the Netherworld. There must be a requirement for one's cultivation realm. I want to cultivate. If a fiend king won't cut it, I'll cultivate to become a fiend emperor. If a fiend emperor won't cut it, I'll cultivate to become a great emperor. One day, I'll be able to enter the Netherworld and look for Pian Ran. At that thought, Yen Beichen looked at the martial Tao Prime body. I'll learn. All right. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao Prime body moved, and he asked Heavenly Wolf to impart the Fiend Obsession section to Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen had the Hatred Sutra as a foundation, and his hatred was strong. When he cultivated the Fiend Obsession section, it was as though he had divine help, and he entered a state of epiphany. In the ruins, he sat on the ground. The hatred and obsession in his body transformed into wisps of black chi that circled around his body. The injuries on his body were healing at a visible speed. Even the cracks on his essence spirit were shrouded by the hair-like black chi, as though they were mending. The white sable seemed to have realized that Yen Beichen would not die. At this critical juncture of his cultivation, it became extremely quiet and sprawled beside Yen Beichen obediently. The martial Tao Prime body retreated a few steps and sent a voice transmission with a spirit consciousness. What were you laughing about earlier on? I was laughing at his ignorance. Heavenly Wolf's tone was mocking. Throughout history, I've never heard of anyone who could find where the Netherworld was or enter it while they are alive. The martial Tao Prime body frowned slightly. There's only a single way to enter the Netherworld. Heavenly Wolf paused for a moment and chuckled. Death. If he's dead, he'll naturally enter the Netherworld. A living person can forget about entering the Netherworld. It has nothing to do with his cultivation realm. How certain are you? The martial Tao Prime body asked. Heavenly Wolf said, Aren't the great emperors of history strong? Don't they have high cultivation realms? I've lived for so long, but I've never heard of any great emperor who entered the Netherworld when they were alive. The martial Tao Prime body was silent. According to Heavenly Wolf, even if the Netherworld existed, Yen Beichen and Qin Pian Ran would not be able to reunite. Qin Pian Ran had long reincarnated, and the two of them were separated by yin and yang. Naturally, he would not say those words to Yen Beichen. After all, this was Yen Beichen's hope to survive. The martial Tao Prime body did not want that bit of hope to be destroyed. Yen Beichen was temporarily out of danger. The martial Tao Prime body began to think about his future as well. For him, the most important thing right now was not to continue plundering resources, but to create the next martial Tao dermic formulation. He needed to enter seclusion to comprehend the Tao. It was an extremely long process. It could take thousands, hundred thousands, several hundred thousands of years, or even eternity. However, no matter what, the martial Tao Prime body could only continue. From the moment he stepped on this path, it was destined that he would never be able to turn back. He could only move forward alone. When he saw Yen Beichen's encounter, the mental state of the martial Tao Prime body underwent many changes. Initially, he had no intention of establishing any faction. However, at that moment, he had the thought of establishing a faction in the fiend domain. That way, he would have a greater chance of finding his old friends from Tianhuang mainland who had ascended and obtain more information about them. Furthermore, the stronger the faction and the more manpower they had, the more cultivation techniques and secret skills they could collect. This was extremely important for him to create the next martial Tao dermic formulation. But now he had to enter seclusion to comprehend the Tao and could not do it himself. The matter of establishing a faction and expanding one's territory had to be handed over to someone trustworthy and powerful who could do whatever he wanted in the fiend domain. Naturally, Yen Beichen was someone who could be completely trusted. After cultivating the fiend obsession section, his cultivation realm and combat strength would increase rapidly as well. He was completely qualified to become a great general of the battlefield and conquer all bloody battles. However, it was not suitable for him to lead a faction. Yen Beichen was entangled with hatred and obsession and could not make a rational judgment most of the time. This person will be. The martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat and he made a decision. Chapter 2166, 2166 Rebirth of Heavenly Wolf. 2166 Rebirth of Heavenly Wolf. Heavenly Wolf, have you ever thought of a true rebirth? Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body asked. Heavenly Wolf was slightly stunned as he probed carefully. Master, you mean to say? The martial Tao Prime Body said, I'll let you be reborn in this generation and possess an independent life and body. This. For a moment, Heavenly Wolf could not believe it. Although he was reborn by Emperor Bo Sun in another way, he was only a weapon spirit. He did not have a body of his own. His fate was to protect the Mara Mask. Even if he had such thoughts, Emperor Bo Sun would not allow it. The Mara Mask was an Emperor weapon. If he became an independent living being, it would be equivalent to the Emperor weapon losing its weapon spirit. Its power would be greatly reduced. Heavenly Wolf did not agree immediately. He was a little worried that this was just a test from the martial Tao Prime Body. Heavenly Wolf was silent for a moment before reminding, without a weapon spirit, the Mara Mask might never be able to recover to the level of an Emperor weapon in the future. I don't care. The martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently, if I can't advance to the Emperor realm, the Mara Mask is useless to me. If I advance to the Emperor realm, it's just an Emperor weapon. It's dispensable. The foundation of the martial Tao was the body. If the Prime Body could advance to the Emperor realm, his body would be the strongest Emperor weapon. To him, the greater help of the Mara Mask was to hide his identity. At that point, Heavenly Wolf's heart burned. If he could break free from the Mara Mask and possess flesh and blood to exist independently, that would be the dream he had been pursuing. Back when he fell to the lower worlds, he had always been by Tao, Lord Bloodfiend's side. It was not that he did not want to occupy Tao, Lord Bloodfiend's body. It was because his strength was something that even Tao, Lord Bloodfiend, could not withstand. If he were to assimilate Tao, Lord Bloodfiend, the latter's body would collapse and even trigger the laws of the lower worlds. Therefore, Heavenly Wolf wanted to wait for Tao, Lord Bloodfiend, to ascend before assimilating him or looking for another suitable body. However, later on, Su Zimo appeared out of nowhere and imparted his Tao to the world, imparting martial arts to all living beings. He even condensed a variant like the martial Tao Prime Body and imprisoned him completely. Heavenly Wolf was indignant and refused to submit. Apart from the pride in the depths of his heart, he also wanted to escape one day and possess a body to be reborn. Later on, the martial Tao Prime Body deceived the world, and his combat strength rose continuously in the lower worlds. His potential was decent, and there was a chance he could accomplish something in the future. On second thought that his former master was already dead, Heavenly Wolf finally chose to submit. And now, such an opportunity was right in front of him. Are you really willing to let me be reborn? Heavenly Wolf asked again in disbelief. That's right. The martial Tao Prime Body said, since your name is Heavenly Wolf, there's a body suitable for you here. As he said that, the martial Tao Prime Body waved his robes and created a huge pit in the ruins not far away. A gigantic wolf demon with short silver fur laid within. The moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf. This was a demon beast brought by the Pavilion, Lord of Immortal Slaying Pavilion, and it was at the Grade 9 Black Immortal Realm. In the chaotic battle earlier on, its essence spirit was shattered by the roar of the martial Tao Prime body. Although the wolf demon's body was filled with blood scars, at the very least its body was intact. The heavenly wolf race was the king of the wolf race to begin with. The moon-devouring heavenly wolf lineage was the strongest lineage of the heavenly wolf race. Heavenly Wolf was indeed tempted. If this was before he was imprisoned and suppressed by the martial Tao Prime body, he would naturally not be interested in this body. But now, if he entered the consciousness of the moon-devouring heavenly wolf, he would be able to reincarnate and obtain a true rebirth. Given his methods, it was not difficult for him to change the bloodline of the moon-devouring heavenly wolf and make it stronger. Heavenly Wolf did not agree immediately. At that moment, he was extremely cautious. "What do you require of me, Master?" Heavenly Wolf asked humbly and carefully. He did not believe that the martial Tao Prime body would be so kind as to let him be reborn in such a manner. If he was reborn in this manner, it would be extremely risky for the martial Tao Prime body. That was because he could cultivate after occupying the body of the moon-devouring heavenly wolf. As long as his cultivation speed was faster than the martial Tao Prime body, and he surpassed the latter by a major cultivation realm, he could attempt to erase the restriction planted on his essence, spirit, by the latter. That way, he would regain his true freedom. In his previous life, he was the Seven Emotions clone and was once one of the strongest fiend kings of the fiend domain. In this life, he was a weapon spirit of an emperor weapon and knew many cultivation techniques. His cultivation experience was much richer than the martial Tao Prime body. The martial Tao Prime body had not even deduced the next dermic formulation of the martial Tao. Although his cultivation realm will be relatively low after his rebirth, he definitely had a chance to surpass the martial Tao Prime body in the future. Of course, he could not reveal such thoughts. "I need you to do a few things." The martial Tao Prime body went straight to the point. "First, after your rebirth, write down all the cultivation techniques and secret skills you learned in your previous life and this generation, including the Fiend Obsession section and the Three Corpses technique." "That's for sure." Heavenly Wolf agreed without hesitation. It did not matter even if he handed all the cultivation techniques and secret skills to the martial Tao Prime body. Heavenly Wolf knew that the martial Tao Prime body could not cultivate them directly. He merely wanted to use those cultivation techniques and secret skills to deduce the next step of the martial Tao. However, it was not that easy to deduce the martial Tao. Heavenly Wolf sneered internally. In fact, he suspected that there was a high chance that the accomplishments of the martial Tao Prime body would stop here. The martial Tao Prime body said, "Second, after you're reborn, you have to cultivate as soon as possible and raise your combat strength. Consolidate all the black grade factions in the vicinity and establish a new faction. In the early stages, I'll help you complete this matter. Later on, this faction will be under your control." Heavenly Wolf's eyes shone. Even without the instructions of the martial Tao Prime body, he would cultivate wildly and raise his cultivation. All these years, the sects and factions in the vicinity of this territory had heard of the name of the martial Tao Prime body. In this battle, Scarlet Dark Valley was destroyed. If the martial Tao Prime body appeared and gathered all the black grade factions, it would definitely be extremely easy. He was once a fiend king and had long understood how to control and lead a faction. What moved Heavenly Wolf even more was that the martial Tao Prime body wanted to let him control this faction. Once his combat strength increased, he could expand everywhere and rise rapidly. In fact, he even had a chance to regain his glory as the Seven Emotions Fiend King in his previous life. As though he could read Heavenly Wolf's mind, the martial Tao Prime body said, "You can fight everywhere and expand your territory. You'll control your own limits. If you provoke any strong foes and you die, even I won't be able to save you. During this period of time, you have to collect as many cultivation techniques and secret skills as possible. You can cultivate as you please, but you have to hand me a copy. Chapter 2167 2167 Tianhuang Sect 2167 Tianhuang Sect. What will the name of this faction be? Heavenly Wolf asked. Tianhuang Sect. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and said a name. Master, leave Tianhuang Sect to me. Don't worry, just enter seclusion. One day, I'll make it the most terrifying and powerful sect in the fiend domain. Heavenly Wolf was extremely confident. He was not spouting nonsense. He had the qualifications and confidence. Back then, he was the 7 emotions fiend king who ruled over a region and knew best how to expand his territory, annex it, and dominate together. He was once at the peak. Right now, he would merely be making the same journey once more. The larger the territory, the more cultivation resources, and the greater the chances of obtaining cultivation techniques and secret skills. The martial Tao Prime Body was not the only one. Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichin also required a large number of essence spirit stones to raise their cultivation. Apart from cultivation resources, the martial Tao Prime Body had another motive for handing over most of the authority of Tianhuang Sect to Heavenly Wolf to expand its territory. It was for his old friends that ascended from Tianhuang mainland. Apart from Yen Beichin, the martial Tao Prime Body did not know who else among his old friends in Tianhuang mainland had ascended to the heavenly world or the fiend domain. However, the larger the territory he ruled, the greater the chance of reuniting with his old friends. The reason why this faction was called Tianhuang Sect was because he wanted to attract old friends from Tianhuang mainland. If any old friends of Tianhuang mainland heard the name of this sect, they might rush over. Of course, the upper world was way too huge. Apart from Yen Beichin, there was also a chance that no one else had ascended here. There's one more thing. The martial Tao Prime Body continued. In Tianhuang Sect, be it living beings of the upper or lower worlds, they must be treated equally. This, Heavenly Wolf hesitated. In his eyes, even living beings of the upper world were ants, let alone living beings of the lower worlds. The martial Tao Prime Body ignored Heavenly Wolf's resistance and continued. Excavating essence, spirit mines, and farming spirit fields will be classified as sect missions. Once the ascenders of the lower worlds complete the missions, they must obtain sufficient rewards. When Heavenly Wolf saw the resolute attitude of the martial Tao Prime Body, he could only agree. Although that was a little troublesome, it was not impossible to execute. Go on. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao Prime Body moved, and a ball of light flew out from the Mara mask. The ball of light tore through the void and entered the glabella of the moon, devouring Heavenly Wolf. A moment later, the eyes of the wolf opened suddenly, filled with joy, excitement, and agitation. Heavenly Wolf circulated the Fiend Sutra, and the surrounding heaven and earth essence, Qi, surged towards his body, wildly, healing his injuries. Before long, Heavenly Wolf could stand up and roar into the skies to vent his emotions. Yen Beichin and Heavenly Wolf continued healing and cultivating. The interweaving of Qi for the man and wolf was at the point of breaking through the boundaries and could advance at any moment. The martial Tao Prime Body stood at the side in silence. Actually, Heavenly Wolf's thoughts could not be hidden from him. However, for now, Heavenly Wolf could not break free from his restraints. He could also make use of Heavenly Wolf to expand his faction. Furthermore, as long as his cultivation realm was higher than Heavenly Wolf, the latter would definitely not be able to escape from his control. After Yen Beichin and Heavenly Wolf broke through, the two of them could rule over Tianhuang Sect together. Heavenly Wolf would be the sect master, and Yen Beichin would be the deputy sect master. At that time, he could lay dormant and comprehend the Tao in peace. For the martial Tao prime body, the most important thing was to deduce the next dharmic formulation. Indeed, the heaven and earth furnace bloodline phenomenon released by the level 9 fate ring realm could smelt and kill a convergence realm perfected fiend. However, there were 4 levels to the perfected one realm: convergence, celestial being, hollow nether, and paradise void. If the martial Tao prime body encountered a celestial being or hollow nether perfected fiend, he might not be able to win. The power of one's body and bloodline would only increase upon entering the next realm. The power of the heaven and earth furnace would also increase exponentially and reach the true power of a peerless divine power, or even surpass it. Divine firmament, immortal domain, heaven and earth academy. Outer sect mountain peak, courtyard beside the lake at the bottom of the waterfall. It had been close to 1,000 years since Su Zimo entered seclusion. All these years, Su Zimo had not appeared nor participated in any sect activities or missions. He did not even take part in the outer sect competition held by the academy a year ago. He had sufficient essence, spirit stones in his storage bag, and it was enough for him to cultivate for 3,000 years. During this period of time, Princess Scarlet Rainbow came here to look for Su Zimo more than 10 times, but could not see him. The residents did not seem to have changed much in the past 1,000 years. However, for some unknown reason, the flora and elixirs around the courtyard were growing extremely well. Even many of the spirit beasts reared in the outer sect of the academy came here. This day, the cultivation room in the courtyard opened slowly and a figure strode out. He was young and wore green robes. He had refined features and exuded a scholarly aura with a calm expression. Su Zimo was out of seclusion. Initially, he thought that it was already his limit to break through from a grade 6 Earth immortal to the peak of a grade 7 Earth immortal in almost 1,000 years. However, when he inherited the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, the astral essence Qi accumulated in his body was way too immense. Also, the cultivation environment of Heaven and Earth Academy was even better than Su Zimo had imagined. With the help of the taboo mystic classic, the Green Lotus True Body could cultivate here with half the effort. In the past 1,000 years, Su Zimo's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of a grade 8 Earth Immortal. He was only missing an opportunity to break through to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal. The reason why Su Zimo came out of seclusion this time round was because he wanted to look for that opportunity. Secondly, the 10,000-year meet was approaching, and he did not want to miss the battle for the Earth ranking. For him, the Earth ranking might be a perfect opportunity. Thirdly, the martial Tao prime body had already ascended to the fiend domain. The moment Su Zimo came out of seclusion, he communicated with the martial Tao prime body and established a connection. The martial Tao prime body wanted to deduce the martial Tao. Su Zimo imparted all the cultivation techniques and secret skills that the Green Lotus True Body had cultivated over the years to the martial Tao prime body. He did not even hold back the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, that was recorded in the Hell Suppression Tripod. The stronger and rarer the cultivation technique, the more precious the obscurities within, and the greater the help it would provide to the martial Tao prime body. In the past 1,000 years of seclusion, not only did Su Zimo raise his cultivation rapidly, he also had a deeper understanding of the many secret skills he mastered. Su Zimo looked at the plants that grew wildly around him and frowned slightly. With a single thought, he conjured his sword finger and slashed casually. The surrounding vegetation was cut at the waist in unison. If the plants were too lush, it would attract attention. Fellow Taoist Su, you're finally out of seclusion. A scarlet glow sped over and paused in midair. It looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and shouted happily. Princess Scarlet Rainbow had arrived. Greetings, Princess. Su Zimo nodded slightly and smiled with cupped fists. In the past 1,000 years, Princess Scarlet Rainbow's cultivation realm did not change much, and she was still a grade 9 Earth Immortal. Wow, you've already cultivated to become a grade 8 Earth Immortal. Sensing Su Zimo's cultivation realm, Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not help but exclaim with widened eyes. Chapter 2168 2168 Trap 2168 Trap. In 1,000 years, he cultivated from a grade 6 Earth Immortal to a grade 8 Earth Immortal. That cultivation speed was terrifying. Even someone like Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who had almost unlimited cultivation resources, could not do it. For the past 100,000 years, Yun Ting was the only one in the divine firmament immortal domain who could cultivate at such a terrifying speed. After the shock, Princess Scarlet Rainbow quickly regained her composure. Let's go. We'll head to the Essence Spirit Pavilion first and claim the Essence Spirit Stones you accumulated over the years, Princess Scarlet Rainbow remarked. Even if the outer sect disciples of the Academy did not complete any missions, they would receive 1,000 Essence Spirit Stones every year for 1,000 years. If one could advance to the Heaven Essence realm within 1,000 years and join the Inner Sect, they would naturally move on to claim the rewards of the Inner Sect disciples. If they could not break through within 1,000 years, they would have to complete some missions arranged by the Academy if they wanted to obtain Essence Spirit Stones. For the past 1,000 years, Su Zimo had been in seclusion. Every year, his Essence Spirit Stones were stored in the Essence Spirit Pavilion. A rough count amounted to 1,000,000 stones. That was not a small figure. Su Zimo and Princess Scarlet Rainbow flew through the air towards the Essence Spirit Prince's pavilion. Along the way, Princess Scarlet Rainbow smiled. Since you've cultivated to become a grade 8 Earth Immortal, it no longer matters that you didn't take part in the Outer Sect competition. Why do you say that? Su Zimo asked. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, There's nothing interesting about the Outer Sect competition. It's just a fight between Outer Sect disciples to prepare for the upcoming 10,000-year meet. For every Outer Sect competition, 20 Outer Sect disciples will be selected to take part in the 10,000-year meet to fight for a spot on the Earth ranking. Although you didn't take part in the Outer Sect competition and are not among the 20 rankings, given your capabilities, the Academy will definitely let you accompany them. 1,000 years ago, at the Immortal Sect selection of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, Su Zimo, who was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal, single-handedly wiped out more than 100 execution guards of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and became the number 1 of the Immortal Sect selection. The terrifying power and methods displayed by Su Zimo in that battle were still fresh in Princess Scarlet Rainbow's memories. If that was the case when he was a grade 6 Earth Immortal, which of the Outer Sect disciples could go against Su Zimo now that he was a grade 8 Earth Immortal? As they chatted, the two of them arrived at the Essence Spirit Pavilion. At the entrance of Essence Spirit Pavilion, Steward Chun of the Outer Sect was patrolling the vicinity. When he caught sight of Su Zimo and Princess Scarlet Rainbow, his expression darkened and a dark look flashed through his eyes. Stop right there. Steward Chen went forward and stopped Su Zimo. Su Zimo had some impression of Steward Chen. Back when they had just joined the Outer Sect and arrived here, it was this Steward Chen who received them. This was a mean and sarcastic person. According to Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Steward Chen was merely an Outer Sect disciple in the past. When he saw that he had no hope of joining the Inner Sect, he converted into an Outer Sect steward. One could even obtain a reward of Essence Spirit Stones for this job. Steward Chen, what can I do for you? Su Zimo asked indifferently. Steward Chen looked askance at Su Zimo. Why are you going to the Essence Spirit Pavilion? To retrieve the Essence Spirit Stones that I've accumulated in the Essence Spirit Pavilion over the years. Su Zimo did not hide his intentions and said straightforwardly, "Take it." Steward Chen took out a storage bag and threw it to Su Zimo. Su Zimo opened the storage bag and took a look. He said expressionlessly, "The number is wrong. There are only less than 200,000 Essence Spirit Stones in this storage bag. I should have gotten 1,000,000. 1,000,000. Steward Chen sneered. Ever since you joined the academy, you haven't even shown yourself, let alone completed any missions. What rights do you have to collect 1,000,000 Essence Spirit Stones? Let me tell you, giving you 200,000 is already a great gift." Bullshit. Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not take it anymore and could not help but say, "The sect has a rule that there's no need to complete any missions for Essence Spirit Stones within 1,000 years of joining the Academy. Princess, this is none of your business. It's best if you don't interfere." Steward Chin seemed to be wary of Princess Scarlet Rainbow and said. Su Zimo was puzzled. He had never interacted with Steward Chin before and had no feud with the latter. Why would the latter suddenly target him? If he truly had any enemy in the academy, it would be Sword Immortal Yu Hua. However, there was no way Sword Immortal Yu Hua knew that he was the divine dragon on the Dragon Abyss Star back then. Even if the two of them met again, Sword Immortal Yu Hua might not remember him. "You pocketed my remaining 800,000 Essence Spirit Stones for yourself, right?" Su Zimo glared at Steward Chen and suddenly spoke. "What did you say?" As though he had exploded, Steward Chen raised his pitch and turned to glare at Su Zimo with an unfriendly expression. The conflict here gradually attracted the attention of many surrounding cultivators and disciples as more and more people gathered. Steward Chen's face flushed red as he pointed at Su Zimo's nose and grit his teeth. "Let me tell you, just because you slandered me earlier on, I can make you scram from the outer sect and become a servant of the academy." Su Zimo, as an outer sect disciple, how dare you spout nonsense and slander an outer sect steward? Do you understand the severity of your actions? Right then, a figure stood out from the crowd and hollered righteously. Lu Wenbin. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. 1,000 years ago, he had seen this person in the Immortal Sect selection and even fought him. At that time, Lu Wenbin attacked consecutively, wanting to stop Su Zimo from going forward to greet the 4 Immortal Sections. However, he failed consecutively and lost face. Could Lu Wenbin be holding a grudge because of that? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he thought of a possibility. What's Lu Wenbin's ranking in the outer sect competition? Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. 20Y. Princess Scarlet Rainbow replied. When he heard that, Su Zimo sneered internally. Lu Wenbin must be worried that after he came out of seclusion, he would snatch away his spot to take part in the 10,000-year meet. That was the reason why he joined forces with Steward Chin to stage today's scene. Steward Chin, you're not qualified to enforce the law in the outer sect. Su Zimo walked slowly towards Steward Chen with a cold gaze. He exuded a shuddering aura that was suffocating. Hand over my essence spirit stones. He took a step forward and extended his palm. Like an enraged Vajra, he glared at Steward Chen and shouted with a voice like a bell. A glint flashed through the depths of Lu Wenbin's eyes when he saw that. This act of his seemed like it was filled with loopholes. However, he had witnessed Su Zimo's personality and methods during the Immortal Sect selection. In his opinion, Su Zimo could not endure such grievances. Given Su Zimo's decisive nature to kill, he would definitely fight after being targeted as such. Private fights were not allowed in Heaven and Earth Academy. If anyone wanted to fight, they would have to head to the Sword Discourse Arena of the Academy. If there were private fights, the lightest outcome would be a drop in the disciple's status, and the worst outcome would be for them to be kicked out of the academy. As long as Su Zimo attacked, he would win. When he saw that Su Zimo was enraged and was walking step by step into his trap, Lu Wenbin's heart burned with uncontrollable excitement. Chapter 2169. 2169A Single Slap. 2169A Single Slap. Fellow Taoist Su, don't be rash. Princess Scarlet Rainbow reminded hurriedly. Right now, there were more and more cultivators gathered in front of the Essence Spirit Pavilion. If Su Zimo were to injure anyone in front of everyone, he would be punished even if he was in the right initially. As though he had not heard anything, Su Zimo arrived before Steward Chin. His gaze intensified and released a chilling, killing intent. He looked prepared, as though he was about to attack the next moment. He was a grade 8 Earth Immortal, and his essence spirit was now as strong as a grade 1 Heaven Immortal. This was a complete mental suppression. In front of Su Zimo, Steward Chen felt a mountain-like pressure. His chest was suffocating, and he could not breathe at all. Under such immense pressure, Steward Chen panicked and flustered. When he saw Su Zimo's eyes brighten and his body lean forward, as though he was about to charge forward the next moment, he could not help but recall some information about Su Zimo. Su Zimo was decisive to kill. In the Immortal Sex Selection, he dared to kill more than 100 execution guards right in front of Prince Yuanzhua. This person had no qualms and was fearless. He was a complete lunatic. This is bad. Steward Chen's heart skipped a beat. This person wants to kill me. He wanted to turn and escape, but realized that he seemed to be restrained by an invisible force and could not move. Ah! Steward Chen growled and released his blood chi with all his might. He conjured hand seals with both hands and released a greater divine power that struck Su Zimo. It was an instinctive reaction. After Su Zimo attacked, there was no way he could sit still and wait for death. He could only retaliate. In his opinion, as long as he defended against Su Zimo's move, the other cultivators would be able to react and capture the latter. However, the moment he released his greater divine power, he saw a mocking look flash through Su Zimo's eyes. Su Zimo was still standing on the spot motionlessly and did not attack him at all. I was tricked. Steward Chen's heart sank. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. The two of them were way too close. The moment the greater divine power was released, it had already struck Su Zimo's chest with a dull thud. When he saw that, Lu Wenbin frowned. Initially, everything was going as he had expected. However, at the final moment, Steward Chin attacked Su Zimo first, as though he was possessed. With that, Su Zimo had every reason to retaliate. Steward Chin, how dare you attack your fellow sect mate? Princess Scarlet Rainbow stood out right away and hollered. The moment Steward Chin attacked, he knew that something was amiss. Aye. Steward Chin looked at the many cultivators around him and wanted to explain. Right then, Su Zimo smiled gently. Steward Chin, you hit me with a greater divine power. It's only fair for me to slap you back. The moment he said that, Su Zimo suddenly attacked. The moment Steward Chin saw Su Zimo raise his hand, a tremendous force slapped his cheek before he could react. His mind buzzed. It was as though his head was struck by a gigantic stone hammer. The sound of bones cracking could be heard and his cheek hurt. The next moment he lost consciousness. Right in front of everyone, Su Zimo raised his hand and slapped Steward Chin in a seemingly casual manner. Like a kite with a snapped string, Steward Chen's figure flew dozens of feet away gently and landed in the grass motionlessly. His fate was unknown. What immense strength! Did you guys notice? When Steward Chen's greater divine power struck Su Zimo, he seemed to have felt nothing and his expression was normal. A body of flesh and blood can withstand a greater divine power? How is that possible? Many cultivators whispered. What happened? Not far away, an old man with a dignified expression flew through the air with a powerful aura. Descending from the skies, he arrived before the entrance of the Essence Spirit Pavilion and surveyed his surroundings. Greetings, Elder Tongue. Many cultivators cupped their fists when they saw the old man. This was the disciplinary elder of the outer sect and was a grade 1 heaven immortal. His status was much higher than Steward Chin, and he truly had the right to enforce the law. Princess Scarlet Rainbow walked forward and pointed to Steward Chen, who was not far away. Elder Ting, I need to clarify. Not only did Steward Chen pocket the Essence Spirit Stones, an outer sect disciple stored in the Essence Spirit Pavilion, he even attacked in the academy. In the end, he wasn't skilled enough and was taught a lesson instead. Elder Tongue frowned slightly and waved his sleeves, circulating his essence chi to pull the unconscious Steward Chen closer. Everyone was secretly speechless when they saw Steward Chen's face. It was filled with blood, and half of it was caved in. They looked at Su Zimo with a hint of fear. This person was way too ruthless. This was the result of a single slap. Elder Tongue circulated his divine power and healed most of the injuries on Steward Chen's face. He then woke the ladder up before tossing the ladder in front of him. You pocketed the Essence Spirit Stones of an outer sect disciple and even fought in the academy. Elder Tongue glared at Steward Chin and asked in a deep voice, Aye, aye. When Steward Chin woke up and saw that the disciplinary elder was alarmed, his heart turned cold as he explained hurriedly, Elder Tongue, it's not my fault. Lu Wenbin was the one who asked me to make things difficult for this person. Elder Tongue swept his gaze across Lu Wenbin, who was in the crowd. Don't spout nonsense. What has this got to do with me? Lu Wenbin's expression darkened, and he had no choice but to defend himself. Steward Chen went all out as well. Gritting his teeth, he said, Lu Wenbin, don't pretend to be innocent. Do you dare to swear that this has nothing to do with you? You. Lu Wenbin was speechless, and his face flushed red. At the side, Su Zimo watched the two of them engage in a dogfight and could not be bothered. As long as Elder Tang enforced the law impartially, the two of them would definitely not be able to escape punishment for this matter, and there was no need for him to step in. Elder Ting already knew what was going on when he saw that. Chan Sheng, Lu Wenbin, the two of you have broken the academy's rules. You will be demoted and sent to the servants' area for a few years. Elder Tongue waved his hand. Immediately, other outer sect stewards stood out behind Elder Tongue, wanting to leave with Steward Chen and Lu Wenbin. Elder Tongue, it's truly not my fault. Lu Wenbin was the one who instigated this. Steward Chen was a little anxious and defended loudly. I fought in private because I was tricked by Su Zimo. I thought that he attacked first, so I resisted. Elder Ting's expression changed as he looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away. His gaze shifted to the sect badge on Su Zimo's waist. He only retracted his gaze after seeing the name on it. You. Elder Ting pointed at Su Zimo and said indifferently, You fought with others in the academy without permission. Go and be a servant for a few years as well. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and his expression darkened. Initially, Elder Ting had no intention of making this decision. It was clear that he had changed his mind at the last minute after knowing Su Zimo's identity. Chapter 2170. 2170 Escalated Situation. 2170 Escalated Situation. Su Zimo had not expected that after joining the Heaven and Earth Academy, he would still be targeted even after going into seclusion for 1,000 years. However, he could not figure out where the hostility came from. On what basis? Princess Scarlet Rainbow felt indignant for Su Zimo. Steward Chen and Lu Wenbin were the ones who violated the Academy's rules first. What did Su Zimo do wrong? The Academy's rules forbid disciples from fighting in private. That alone is enough to teach him a lesson by letting him be a servant for a few years. Elder Ting waved his hand and said coldly, "Take Su Zimo, Qin Sheng, and Lu Wenbin down with you. They will train in the servants' area for a few years before they're allowed to return." Just as Princess Scarlet Rainbow was about to speak, Elder Ting glared at her and said, "Although you have a noble status, don't forget that this is Heaven and Earth Academy, not the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. If you disrupt the Academy's law enforcement, you'll be punished as well." Princess Scarlet Rainbow frowned and was enraged. She ground her canine teeth and glared at Elder Ting fiercely. As a princess, she was scolded in front of everyone. She had never suffered such grievances before. However, she knew in her heart that the people of the Academy did not care about her status as a princess. If she persisted, Elder Ting would definitely chase her out of the outer sect to become a servant as well. If news of this were to spread to the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, she would become the laughingstock of the royal family. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's face alternated between shades of green and white. Although she wanted to speak up for Su Zimo, she had her reservations. Right then, a gentle voice sounded from the side. "Thank you for speaking up, Princess. I'll handle this matter." Princess Scarlet Rainbow glanced sideways and caught sight of Su Zimo's calm and gentle gaze. For some reason, her mind gradually calmed down as well. Su Zimo's words made her feel better. Without saying anything more, she pursed her lips and nodded. Su Zimo turned to look at Elder Ting and said slowly, "Elder Ting, if I attack you now in the Academy and you retaliate, will it be considered a private fight and a violation of the Academy's rules?" The surrounding cultivators shook their heads when they heard that. This was a direct challenge to the authority of the disciplinary elder. Although everyone knew that Su Zimo was completely innocent in this matter, he had just joined the sect not long ago and was only an outer sect disciple. Furthermore, many cultivators had heard that Su Zimo came from the lower worlds. Someone of his status was asking for trouble by challenging the disciplinary elder. Fufu. Suddenly, Elder Ting laughed and looked at Su Zimo with disdain and mockery. He said proudly, "Su Zimo, do you know what a disciplinary elder is? If you dare to attack me, it's equivalent to challenging the rules of the Academy. I have every reason to kill you on the spot. You won't even get the chance to be a servant. Is that so?" Su Zimo smiled as well and said coldly, "If I attack you, you won't even get a chance to retaliate." Pissed. A commotion broke out in the surrounding crowd. "Isn't that person way too arrogant?" "I don't think he's arrogant. There's something wrong with his head. How can an outer sect disciple who ascended from the lower worlds be qualified to challenge the disciplinary elder? Furthermore, Elder Ting is a heaven immortal. How dare an earth immortal like him act so brazenly? He truly doesn't know what's good for him." Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dying man. Most of the cultivators in the outer sect had only heard of Su Zimo's name, and this was their first time meeting him. They had no relationship with him at all. Although they knew that Su Zimo was being targeted, none of them pitied him. Ha ha ha. Elder Ting was so angry that he laughed instead and said murderously, "Capture him and kick him out of the Academy. I don't even want to dirty my hands by killing you, lowlife. You've already offended the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. There's no need for me to do anything. If Su Zimo dares to resist, kill him on the spot." Su Zimo had a calm expression and said indifferently, "Elder Ting, I'm afraid you can't make the decision to kick me out of the sect." Naturally, Su Zimo had his own reasons for being so calm. The 10,000-year meet was about to begin, and Heaven and Earth Academy valued the ranking of the Earth ranking so much. Unless he had committed a heinous crime, they would definitely not chase him out of the Academy at this time. Su Zimo was not worried that this matter would blow up. In fact, He hoped that news of this matter would spread to the inner sect. Initially, Steward Chen and Lu Wenbin were the ones who made things difficult for him. If Elder Ting's unfair enforcement of the law caused a huge ruckus, he could find the source of the hostility and resolve the matter. When Elder Ting saw how calm Su Zimo was, he could not help but sneer. It's no wonder why a lowlife like you is fearless. So, there is someone backing you. Let me tell you, even if Yang Ruoxu comes today, he won't be able to protect you. Attack! Elder Ting hollered. The few stewards behind him charged forward one after another. Just as the battle was about to begin, a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure descended from midair and froze the stewards on the spot. Elder Tung, what happened to make you so angry? A voice sounded slowly. The next moment, Yang Ruoxu flew through the air and descended in front of the Essence Spirit Pavilion. Greetings, Senior Brother Yang. Many outer sect disciples and the disciplinary elder bowed. Even Elder Ting's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as he forced a smile. Although he was the disciplinary elder, he was only an outer sect disciplinary elder and could not control Yang Ruoxu at all. Over the years, Yang Ruoxu cultivated at lightning speed, and his status in the inner sect rose rapidly as well. Yang Ruoxu was even sent to several immortal sect selections to recruit Paragon disciples from all over the place. It was clear how highly they thought of him. Of course, Yang Ruoxu's combat strength was not top tier in the inner sect and could only be ranked in the top 10. Under normal circumstances, he was not qualified to host a major event like the immortal sect selection. Many cultivators did not know why Yang Ruoxu was so highly regarded. It was only when Fairy Mo Qing appeared at the immortal sect selection 1,000 years ago to protect Yang Ruoxu and even nearly fought against Zither Immortal Meng Yao that some people realized what was going on. After the immortal sect selection, many rumors about Fairy Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu spread, and it was difficult to tell if they were true. However, if Yang Ruoxu truly had the backing of painting Immortal Mo Qing, it would make sense why he was highly regarded in the inner sect. The matter of Fairy Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu did not only spread in the divine firmament immortal domain. The entire Nine Firmament was shaken, and the rumors became more exaggerated. Even in the academy, many cultivators did not dare to discuss it openly and had many guesses in private. Although Zither Immortal Meng Yao returned fruitless at the immortal sect selection back then, the rumor had indeed spread. She had already achieved her goal.